Pretty eyes.
I know you wanna see a bitch tonight, but you gotta get free tonight. Ain't a header that you dim up like glisten sky, run those lights. You know you wanna watch pretty eyes see, but you gotta come correctly. Ain't nothing slide for free. Her show is VIP.
Pull your way, pretty eyes. Pull your way, pretty eyes. Pull your way, pretty eyes. Pull your way. Put your eyes on me. Put your eyes on me. Put your eyes on me. Yeah.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's trial day. So we're going to watch the rest of day 3 from yesterday since I had to leave to go get, go to the doctor or whatever. Anyways, and so, yeah, we're going to rewatch the end of that day, and then we're going to watch day 4, jump into it. I'm still waiting to see what he didn't or didn't do. They're focusing a lot on like what happened and what transpired and stuff, but okay, but what about him? So that's what I'm waiting on. I'm waiting for them to tell me about him. I hear about the gunman, but I thought this was a trial about him and what he didn't do or did do or whatever. You know, that's what I'm waiting on. Anywho, so come to court with me. Alrighty, let's get into this. Whoops. There we go. Oh, no, you don't, sir. No. Oh, no. Okay. Let me stop it. All right, anyways, I guess I could put this on. Alrighty, yeah, let's start it. Oh, they're unavailable. Why? Well, that's rude.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Would you come on up to the bench, please? Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear the evidence of the testimony given in the cause will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right. There's a witness stand over here. Make yourself comfortable and adjust the microphone if you need to.
Okay.
You may proceed when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
Nicole Ogburn.
Ms. Ogburn, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with Uvalde CISD.
And what is your current job position?
Right now, I am a resource teacher.
In May of 2022, where were you employed?
I was employed with Uvalde CISD.
And what was your job position in May of 2022?
I was a co-teacher.
And what does that mean, a co-teacher?
You have a general education teacher and a special education teacher in a classroom. So I was the SPED teacher that was in the classroom in 102.
And who did you co-teach with?
Mrs. Alvarado.
Okay. And what campus did you work at?
Robb Elementary.
And how long had you been working at
Put
Robb
the lights
Elementary
to the
as of
right.
May
Thank
of
you.
2022?
About 8 years.
And what grade were you teaching at the time?
4th grade.
Now, what room number was your room?
It was room 102.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a pointer, and if you would come. May the witness get up, Judge?
Please.
Ms. Ogburn, I'm going to give you this pointer. I'm going to ask you, here we have a board that's been introduced into evidence as an aerial view of Robb Elementary. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and here we have the campus right here.
Mhm.
I'm going to give you this pointer, and if you would show the jury where your classroom was, 102.
102 is right here in this corner.
That corner, the
Yes,
south
the
end
south end, yes.
of the building. Okay, thank you. Now, did you begin the year at Robb in the 2021, 2022 school year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And for the jury and for the record, the record from the court, can you explain to the jury what is a lockdown procedure?
Lockdown procedure was lights out, windows covered, and you hide in a corner that you can't be seen from the window that's at the door.
Okay. And you had received this training as a teacher for the Uvalde Independent School District?
It was spoken to us about, like, every year they kind of briefly go over what the procedures were, but it had always been shut your window, turn your lights off, make sure your door's locked, and hide in a corner that is not visible to the windows.
And is that the same training that the students received?
Yes.
Okay. And how often were you trained on this? You said they mentioned it, or?
Well, we did a training for teachers. Usually they would mention it during our PD days before school started. And then throughout the year, we'd have lockdown drills and fire drills and all, practice all the drills that we had.
And who would provide the training to the students?
Usually it was just our staff at Robb that would go back over it, or actually us that would train. I'm sorry, didn't realize you said students, but usually us. So we would, before lockdown practice drill, we would tell them, okay, we're going to have a lockdown practice drill. This is what we're going to do. Myself and Miss Alvarado, I remember talking to him about it, and we were like, we were just going to shut the window, the shade on the window that we had. We are going to turn off lights, and y'all are to file over here into the corner by Miss Alvarado's desk.
Okay, now you said in the corner. Let's go back a little bit. Can you explain to the jury, when you walk into your classroom, what was the layout? What would you see? So
when you walked in our door, you walked in on the left side. We had a cubby kind of blocking, so you couldn't see. There was not a line of sight to that area over there. And then you walk and you turn to the left of that bookcase or cubbies, and there was a built-in cabinets on top and like a built-in desk all the way across. And Miss Alvarado's desk was in the opposite corner of where the entrance was to the door.
Okay, and your desk?
My desk was right in front of the door, but in the opposite corner.
Okay. And going back to the lockdown procedure, you said you would tell the kids, this is what we're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And how you would be in the lockdown, and what would you be doing? What would you be waiting for?
We'd wait in the corner. The kids would get quiet, stay quiet. And during a drill, it was just wait for somebody to come back on the intercom and say, all clear, all clear.
Okay. And in the event that it wasn't a drill, what would you wait for?
They told us to wait until law enforcement comes and announces themselves before you leave your room.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you back to May 24th of 2022. What were your hours that day?
We worked from 7:30 to 3:30, usually or 4. And then that day was kind of an off day because we had, award ceremonies and things. So we didn't have like a schedule of classes that day. It was just do your award ceremony, and the kids, we kind of had a very relaxing day that was going to happen.
Okay. And what time was your award ceremony?
I don't recall exact time, but it was close. We got back to the room closer to like 11, a little bit after 11.
Okay. And what were y'all going to do once you got back to the classroom from the award ceremony? What was the plan?
For us, it was the kids were going to relax. We were going to put a movie on. We were allowing them to go in and out, to go to the bathroom, because we had been in the wards and they were all excited. And so we told them, if you need to go to the bathroom, ask us and just go ahead and go, and we'll start the movie in a few minutes. So that's kind of what was going on at that time, was the kids were going back and forth to the bathroom and then coming back to the classroom.
Okay. So did y'all have plans to go outside or just watch the movie?
We were going to watch the movie, and we had told the kids that we would go outside a little bit earlier than we normally did. We usually went outside about 12:15 for recess, and then we went to lunch at 12:30. So we kind of were like, we'll go out a little early, but we're going to wait a little bit because it's real hot outside.
Mm-hmm.
And so we were like, we'll just put this movie on and y'all can watch the movie until we go outside.
And while you're watching the movie and waiting to go outside, what did you hear?
Well, one thing I do recall is some of the girls that are in our classroom had to come up and asked. And I distinctly remember looking at my watch and saying, it's only 11:21, girls. We're not going to go out yet. We're going to wait because it's really hot out there. And they were like, okay. I said, just go sit and watch the movie and relax for a little bit. And myself and Miss Alvarado were doing paperwork to kind of we have to do end of the year things to wrap up the year. So we were doing some of our paperwork while the kids were watching movies.
Okay. Then what happened?
I don't know. It was like 8 minutes later. I'm not really sure. I heard, it sounded like metal hitting the brick. And so we assumed, myself and Miss Alvarado assumed it was some of our custodians out there working, because it wasn't uncommon for us to hear noises in them outside working on something. And so I thought it was like maybe a shovel or something hitting the bricks as they were digging up something. I didn't know. So I stood up and looked out. I had a window right behind me, but I couldn't see anything out of it anyway. So I stepped over to the other window on the opposite side from my desk and looked out the window. And
What did you see when you looked out the window?
I saw a guy dressed in black. He kind of had mid-length hair, and I saw a backpack and a gun pointed towards the playground and pavilion area.
Now, I'm going to give you this pointer again. I want you to show the jury where you saw him when you looked out the window.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So there was a tree right outside this window right here. My desk was over here somewhere, and there was another window. So I was looking out this window closest to the corner of the room, and there's a tree here, and he was standing by that tree
Okay.
on the sidewalk.
And where you're pointing to for the record is the southwest corner of that fourth grade building. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we see a sidewalk that's kind of in an elbow shape, right?
Yes, that.
Okay.
Right there, and that.
Thank
leads up to the
you.
south door.
Okay.
I
And he
appreciate
was on
it.
that corner.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Now I got to get the watch hours.
Once you saw the shooter on that corner, and what did you think?
I was like, we've got to get down and go ahead and hide, go into like there hadn't been a lockdown called yet. And I was just like, we got to get down. So I went, oh my God, there's a gun. And the kids kind of started panicking. And I just told them, get to the corner, hide under there. And we had a black curtain that actually went all the way down that built-in desk that we,
You know, I'm going to say this. I need to know what he did. He's on trial here. We all know what the gunman did. We know what happened on that day. It was a tragic situation, but what did he not do? What did he do or not do? That's what I'm waiting for. Like, come on. Like, what are we doing? Just putting people on trial for no reason? I mean, I get you want somebody to pay, but the gunman paid. He's no longer living, like, you know. I want to know what he did.
we
Anyways,
put
okay.
stored stuff in because we didn't have a lot of storage. So we put stuff under there and hid it with a black curtain. So usually our kids, when we were doing practice drills, they would get behind the black curtain. Not all classrooms had that, but ours did. And so they would get behind that curtain and hide. And that's what they did.
Okay. And what did you do when she said that he has a gun and you told him to get down? What did you do?
Miss Alvarado had left her keys on the desk, and we had not locked the door that day because we were like, it was very relaxed. We were waiting for all the kids to finish going to the bathroom. And I went to try to throw my keys at her, and both of us were like, no, he's coming in that south door is what we thought he was doing. Because the way he was walking and pointing his gun looked like he was going to come in through that door. And so I was like, we have no time, just hide. So all the kids hid. And I remember coming around all the desk, and I had two little boys that were actually sitting by the door. And I said, no, get over here. So I had them go around the cubbies and get behind the cubbies and underneath. And right about that time, I heard gunshots, and I felt stuff falling on me. So I literally like went onto the ground on my belly and started just crawling on my belly to get underneath the curtain with the kids.
Okay. And the kids were already underneath that table?
Yes, they were already there.
Okay. Did you move any furniture? Did you
Not
shake
at,
things?
not
Okay.
at that time, no.
Okay. So what did you do? You crawled to where the kids are?
And I laid underneath. I was kind of closer to Mrs. Alvarado's desk. I crawled over there and got under there, and there were kids like all around me, in front of me, behind me. I kind of felt like my body was kind of sticking out of the curtain, but I was trying to cover myself with that curtain too at the same time.
And is that part of your lockdown procedure?
Yes. I mean, for our classroom, it was, because then they were completely out of sight.
Okay. And the kids knew this?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have one student that was trying to protect you?
Yes, I had one of my students, after I got under the curtain, I was laying on my stomach and he crawled onto my back and laid across me and rubbed my arm and telling me, Miss Ogburn, it's going to be okay.
Okay. So what did you do after you crawled underneath the table and with
Little
the kids?
hero.
At that point, I was like, oh my gosh, what if I was the first person to see this guy? I've got to notify somebody. I didn't know who had seen him or not. So I had my Apple Watch on and I dialed 911 from it. And I did that twice and my calls were dropped. And I think it was on my third try that it finally went through. And 911 operator was asking me where I was and who. I don't even recall telling her my name. I just said, I'm a teacher at Robb Elementary. There's a active shooter in our building. I'm in room 102, the new building at Robb. And she said, stay on the line with me. And I told her I couldn't because if he heard me, he was going to come in our room and shoot us. And I just hung up the phone. I didn't wait for her to say anything else.
Okay. Do you remember if you told her that somebody had been shot or did you get?
Oh, yes, I did. I remember. I had also told her that Miss Avila, I didn't mention her name, but I said another teacher across the hall from me because I couldn't remember her room number had been shot and had sent a message in one of our group chats from like several years back. We had a math Google chat. And I guess that was the first one she opened and she sent a thing saying she had been shot.
Now, where is Miss Avila's room in relation to your room?
Her room was just like diagonal from my room. There was one room across from me, and then hers was the next one over across the hall.
Okay. Now, you said you called 911.
Yes.
Okay. And you would recognize your voice on that tape, right?
Yes, I would.
The state would. Okay. The state offers exhibit number 10 into evidence, which is the 911 recording of Miss Ogburn. The state would ask to publish that 911 recording to the jury.
Please.
Thank you, Hood.
Somebody shot the classroom. Okay, can you tell me the details on it? Another problem. I don't know. I don't know. Please, Lori. What room number? What room number? Can you tell me the room number? I don't know. I don't know what that was.
Wow.
Can you hear me? Okay, so it's okay. I understand.
That's a little rough.
Why you told her I can't let him hear me. What was your thoughts about that?
Because I really thought he was still in the hallway. I had heard a door kind of shut, and I thought it was him coming in that south door, so I was scared he was right outside. And he was going to come into our room, and I didn't want him to hear me.
Okay. And that's part of your training?
Yes.
Were you eventually evacuated, Ms. Ogburn?
Yes. Eventually, I don't know what law enforcement agency they were with, but what seemed like an hour went by was not. But a law enforcement officer happened to come in and he was like, is there anybody in here? And the kids.
Hood, we've been on this trial for like 3 days. I am still waiting to hear what this cop did or didn't do the day of the shooting. Like, they keep on playing, talking about what the gunman did, but what did he do? You get what I'm saying? Like, what did he do? Like, where's the evidence? I haven't seen no damn body cams, nothing. Like, where's the evidence, man? Where's the evidence? I'm just, this is crazy. This is crazy, Hood.
And he
I
announced
just
himself,
don't understand.
and I don't
Like,
remember exactly.
They're spending a lot of time, okay, because they're trying to, their strategy is, we'll get, the jury to be sympathetic and then really want to hate this guy and stuff. You know what I mean? when it comes to, you know, what happened, because a lot of people were outraged. I was fucking outraged. I was like, you worthless piece of shit. When I sat there and watched them in the hallway fucking twiddling their thumbs and shit. But anyways, I'm still waiting. Still waiting. Yeah, I mean, it's a sad situation, don't get me wrong. But I need to know what the cop did or didn't do.
What he said, but it was something to do with law enforcement. And they said, yes, we're here. And then he said, are your teachers here? Is everybody okay? And myself and Miss Alvarado were like, yes, we're here. He asked me and Miss Alvarado, go out the window, move the bookcase and go out the window. The bookcase was located underneath the window I had previously looked out at and seen the shooter. And it was also the window that he shot into when I dove to the ground. And so myself, and this bookshelf was our library. So myself and Miss Alvarado like pushed it to the side and opened it with glass just falling everywhere around us. And then we put a chair up because it was a little high up for the kids to get out the window. And we started filing kids out the window.
Who was the last person to leave your classroom?
Myself.
Why is that?
There was a few kids that went before Miss Alvarado. Miss Alvarado went, and then I let the rest of the kids go. And then I went just to make sure that all of us had gotten out.
So you went to make sure the kids were safe?
Yes.
Miss Ogburn, are you still teaching today?
Yes, I am.
Pass the witness.
May I proceed, Judge?
Please.
Ms. Demi?
Miss Ogburn.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking wrong. Please forgive me, Ms. Auburn. My name is Nico LaHood. I'm one of the lawyers that represents Adrian. I want to start. I'm sorry, I apologize. You said something at the beginning of your testimony that you're a SPED teacher,
Yes.
and that means special ed.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a special ed needs son, so that's why I know that. So I
Yes.
appreciate what you do very
Yes.
much.
Thank you.
And so you kind of do you do the ARD meetings as well? Or
Yes, I do.
Okay, and that's an extra duty you do in relation to your special ed teaching.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now, was room 102 a special ed's room, or was it just?
A co-teach classroom does have special ed children in it. The majority of them are general ed students.
Right.
And usually it's like a 60-40 breakdown.
And so if it's like our son, if they do some things with the general.
I worked with all of them.
But what I'm saying, do they isolate some of the special ed kids at times to work on certain stuff?
No,
They all at the same time?
all at the same time.
Got it. So let's talk about the day, because it looks like that this was, I think you said it was an off day and you really didn't have a schedule that day.
Yeah, we had our lunch schedule, but we didn't have our regular scheduled classes.
Right. And that's not a criticism, it's just the way it was.
No, it's just the way it was because it was only like a day or two before school was
Right.
to be out.
And you had your award ceremony, and then so did some kids leave after the award ceremony?
Yes, sir.
And so the ones that stayed, it was more of a after school play time, just hang out.
But yeah, we were just gonna hang out. We had some like projects. We had like fun like STEM projects we had been doing with them a few days, like the day before. And we were gonna probably continue that later that afternoon and finish some of them up.
And just so the jury understands it, what's a STEM project?
STEM is science, technology. I can't remember it all. Anyways, it's basically like math, everything together, and they can create things. It's more of a creative way to use their minds. And so we're building roller coasters out of paper plates or stuff like that.
And
Electoral
then at some
map.
point, you think you described the noise you heard, you thought it might be maintenance, working on things,
Yes.
and noises were normal.
It sounded just like metal on brick.
I want to also ask you, do you know what
Science,
a bailout is?
tech,
Yes, I do.
Can you please
education,
describe to the
math.
jury what a bailout is?
A bailout
English.
was when we had illegals that they were basically chasing down, and they would stop and run out of their vehicles and hide from the police or
The bailout is referencing bailing out from a vehicle and going on.
running. Yes. And we also had some chases in the air, just some chases with illegals through our area.
And in your opinion, was that pretty frequent in your area?
Yes, it was kind of normalized by then.
The bailout was normalized.
Then yes, the bailout.
And so is it fair to say when there was a lockdown called, and you tell me if I'm wrong,
Mhm.
it seems like the lockdown lost its seriousness over time.
I know that for my classroom, we took it seriously all the time, but it was kind of like, oh, it's probably another bailout.
And that's what I mean. I mean, if it's when I was younger, fire drills was okay. It's a fire drill, right?
Yeah.
So you just have another fire drill once a month. But this is not a drill. It was an actual bailout, and it seemed like that they, like you said, became normalized.
Right.
And so the lockdown procedures, it sounds like you followed them specifically. Do you know what the culture was about lockdown procedures?
I mean, we all feel like all the teachers there followed them, but also I didn't get
Isn't it
the
mandatory for them
lockdown
to learn
message
that?
on my phone, or actually I didn't have my phone because I left it on my desk.
And
On my watch was a text message, and then I recall maybe an email coming through, and that was like 11:36, somewhere in there about.
11:36, you got the lockdown message?
Yes,
Are you aware that he entered the building at 11:32:58?
I was aware after the fact. Yes.
Yes.
From watching videos. Yes.
Right. And when you say watching videos, and we've kind of had to deal with this with all witnesses.
Yeah.
Because it's been so publicized, everyone has seen stuff outside of your experience.
Correct.
Can I humbly ask you to try to focus on, and it sounds like you did a great job focusing on what you were thinking and what you experienced at the time versus what anybody saw after based off of.
Yeah, no. How I was feeling at
Yes,
the
ma'am.
time,
Yeah.
I was very, very nervous. I had several like other people trying to call me on my watch, and I just said, one of them was my husband. I said, I can't talk. There's an active shooter in my building. I hung up.
And when you describe the lockdown, and there's two aspects to it, right? And I think they're broken down into hold and an actual lockdown, right?
Yes,
Hold means hold in place, don't go outside.
but you can continue teaching and doing your regular activities.
Right. And then the second one is, okay, this is more precautionary. This is the lockdown. The lockdown portion of it is where the lights lock the door and hide.
Correct.
Now you said something, because I want to get to the culture of door locks in a second. You also mentioned that I think the government asked you about if you guys went over these procedures, and you said they briefly went over them with us.
Yeah. Every year they kind of briefly go over it with us to like refresh us. Like, this is how you do each of these things. But like the state, and I don't know how many times a year it is, but the state has guidelines on how many times we have to have
Yeah,
these
it's like
drills.
Do you recall how many
mandatory.
times the school had them?
Oh, we had them. I know at least.
I know it's like mandatory. It was like it's like a what do you call it? Like earthquake drills and stuff. Earthquake drills and fire drills, like that it's mandatory. Now you got that drill. I mean, how many more drills do we need, people?
2 or 3 of them that year.
Okay. Lockdowns or the
Drills.
Okay.
Drills.
And so they would briefly go over them with you. And one of the things about, as we've all gotten into this horrible incident, it seems like you're taught and the children are taught, and I understand it, we all get it, to be quiet.
Yes.
But if you would know, if everyone is quiet inside, if somebody's outside, there would be no way for them to know if anybody's inside if they don't know the schedule. Is that a fair statement?
Well, yes and yes, but also if you don't know the procedures, you don't know that we're supposed to be in there quiet.
I agree. But also what we have found out, and I want your opinion about this, your school was not assigned a full-time officer.
No, we didn't have enough officers at that time to have one at each school.
And this is not a criticism of you understand?
Right, no, I understand.
I'm just saying, do you know if teachers had been requesting administration to have a full-time officer?
I don't recall that.
Okay. But the fact remains is there was not a full-time officer that.
Was at our campus all the time, correct?
Now you talk about locking the doors. So every teacher was given a key to their door, correct?
Yes.
There wasn't a kind of key fob of
No,
badge.
no,
that
we had none of that.
Right. And were there some teachers that used a magnet to make it easier for substitutes that didn't have keys?
I recall seeing some on some doors, but I didn't know if they used them or not.
Okay. But that was, the teachers got a key, but substitutes didn't get a key.
That is correct.
Do you know, or do you have an opinion on the policy of the external doors? Because there was a policy that the external doors were supposed to be locked at all times.
A few years before this, I do remember it, like one of our principals really enforced it. But we hadn't really heard about locking all the doors, but the west end door was always locked that went out to the teacher's parking lot.
Do you know now that on this day, unfortunately, that door was not locked?
I do know that now, yes.
But policy wise, it was supposed to be
It was
locked.
supposed to be locked.
And I'm sorry you have to go through that 911 call again and relating what you went through. But you said something important that caught my attention. You said, I thought he was in the building.
Mhm.
And now you know that he walked upside the west. So he wasn't in the building when you thought, and that's not a criticism.
Right, I know.
Stress does interesting things to perception, right?
Yes.
Have you heard of the term perception distortion?
No, I have not.
Okay. But you understand stress is
Yes,
does
yes,
different things to different people.
yes.
Okay. And so when you said you thought he was either going to go in the south building, he didn't, correct?
No.
And when you were on 911 call, he wasn't actually in the building at the time.
I did not know that at that time.
What does it matter? The cops should have been fucking looking around for him.
When you're on the phone with
dumb
911, you were hearing
fuck.
multiple shots.
I heard multiple shots.
That was dumb. That was the dumbest shit I ever heard. It shouldn't be her job. Her job is to keep them kids in her classroom safe and out of sight. It shouldn't freaking matter. God, that irritates me. But what were the cops doing? What were the cops doing rather than standing in the hallway twiddling their thumbs? They weren't looking around the building. You know, they weren't, you know, you're supposed to clear everywhere, you know? What happened to that? We forgot how to do that too? Yeah.
Not while I was on the phone with them, but before I was on the phone with them.
You're supposed to make a perimeter, all that stuff. You ain't doing that? Like,
Right. So are you aware that by the time you were on the phone with 911, that he had already been in the building?
Yes.
Okay. For some.
But now I am.
Right. At the time, you did not know.
No, I did not.
Cookie.
I think you testified on direct examination that when you got a message from a teacher that had been struck.
Yes.
What was the name of that teacher?
Elsa Avila.
And if I'm looking at a
It's the Uvalde trial. Yeah, the shooting trial. Yeah, that one. Uvalde.
I agree. You're in 102, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Just for me.
I mean, but that was the dumbest question, Hood. That was the dumbest question. Like, I would have been a smartass and would have said, hey, my job was, I did my job. What did your cop friend do? You know, your cop client. What did he do? Did he do his job that day? I would be like, listen here, mofo. You know?
Can I do this question?
Yes.
So if you're 102, where's your
Elsa's was this one, 109.
109?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the principal got off. I know he went up for the school board, but I don't know whatever came out about that. But yeah, and that one teacher that put the rock in the door, she's kicking herself. You know, she got to be kicking herself because I heard it from her testimony yesterday. I mean, she was just a nervous freaking wreck. And then when she said, oh, well, I put the rock there, you know, because they told me to leave the gate open because he was coming. So I opened up the gate and then yeah, so I could go in and out faster, da-da-da-da-da. I mean, she really was going through it. And it's like, girl, it really is not your fault. Who's to say you were waiting for somebody that said that they were like right down the street? I mean, right there, you know, it was about to pull in. So, you know, it's not your fault, lady. But I want to know what the cop did. We're hearing about all these other people. I want to know what the cop didn't or didn't do. Show me he wasn't standing around because there was a lot of motherfuckers that were standing around. Mm-hmm.
Let me just say,
Got another one.
No, I'm good. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, I'm good. I needed it.
My first witness, Judge?
Yes, sir.
I'm hearing you with your mark as defense exhibit 1 for identification only. You recognize defense 1, correct?
Yes.
And this is kind of a diagram of Robb Elementary.
This is a diagram of just the new building or the newer building at Robb Elementary.
And
Yes.
the new building is really the newer building,
The
right?
newer, it's not that new, but yes.
And 102 is where you were at. I'm assuming.
Yes, right here.
And then 109 is where Ms. Avila was?
Yes, just,
And is this diagram a fair and accurate depiction of the newer building?
yes.
Judge, I move defense 1 into evidence.
No objection.
Submitted.
My call to adjourn.
Yes.
And so,
I hate this
At some
tiptoeing
point,
around.
the
Just
governor asked
answer
you
the
that
freaking
you were-
question.
Your class was evacuated.
Yes,
Do you recall what agencies evacuated you from the window?
I do not. There were people dressed in, I didn't see faces. I saw uniforms and people still dressed in like their everyday clothes with tactical over it. But so I don't know all the agencies that were there.
But there were officers getting the kids out.
Yes, there were officers getting the kids out.
And do you know now that Adrian was one of those officers?
No, I still do not. I did not know that.
Okay. Well, I think you're a woman of honor to go last. Thank you. Pass the wings, Judge.
No more questions, Your Honor?
Excuse, subject to recall.
Excuse.
Excused and no recall for us.
Ma'am, you have been excused, not subject to recall. Thank you very much. You can take off. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm
Yeah,
so late
she's a
on the
freaking
recess.
hero.
Let me give you 10 minutes if you could do it as quickly as possible. And we'll see you back in 10 and we'll go a little past 5. Everyone rise for the jury.
I mean, she's like a freaking hero, man. Did you know that Adrian was one of those cops? I mean, let you know, because but we've been hearing about everything that everybody else did, but him. So I don't know what they want him to do. Still, fucking took that fucking long just to confront the gunman. It's crazy. I'll never forget it. You know, we're on break and I freaking am smoking. That's lovely. Hold on, let me fast forward it. Okay. Oh, let me fast forward it. Because we don't need to wait around for this shit. Come on, man. Here we go.
Compiled it, and somebody within our group took it to mass casualty incident in Uvalde, Texas. I'm assigned to the Texas Ranger Division. I'm with the Texas Department of Public Safety.
And how long have you been a ranger?
Since
Long
2010,
enough?
so going on 16 years.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
First got into law enforcement in 1996, so pretty close to 30 years now.
What got you in law enforcement?
Well, it's something that I always wanted to do as a kid. I had some of my friends, their fathers were in law enforcement, and just seemed like a pretty noble profession, and just kind of went that direction.
Dangerous profession?
I'm sorry?
Is it a dangerous profession?
Well,
It certainly can be.
That didn't stop you from being in law enforcement?
No.
And on May 24, 2022, where were you assigned?
I was assigned in Bernie, Texas.
And where's that?
Bernie is a suburb on the northwest side of San Antonio.
And how far is that from Uvalde?
A couple hours.
Did you end up in Uvalde on that day or soon thereafter?
I did.
Tell us how that happened.
So I received a call from my lieutenant at the time who advised that there was a mass casualty incident in Uvalde, Texas. I'm a member of the state crime scene team for the Texas Ranger Division. And so my assignment at that time was
don't
to
tell
go
me
to
they're
San
gonna
Antonio
show
from Bernie,
the
pick up
kids,
our crime
man.
scene trailer. It's a trailer that just has lots of crime scene supplies for working a big type of crime scene like that. So pick up that crime scene trailer and then drive to Uvalde.
And when did you get there?
I think I got there around 5 or 6 in the evening, a few hours after everything had happened.
And did you get an assignment?
Yes.
Tell us what that was.
The assignment that evening was to help identify the victims inside the school.
And how did you do that? How did you go about doing that?
Most of it was visual identification. We did have, I guess some of the parents of some of the children had provided photographs of their children from earlier in the day. My understanding is that there was some type of award ceremony. And so there were a lot of pictures of the children and actually what they were wearing that day. So we were able to identify several of them from those photographs.
Because the photographs were so quick, it happened the same day. The clothing helped to identify.
Correct. Many of them were wearing the same exact clothing that they were wearing in the photographs earlier that day.
And where were the children that you found?
They were in a couple of the classrooms.
So how long did that take?
It took several hours that evening. I think I remember working till about, I want to say 11 or 12 that evening. I believe that was a Friday evening.
Yep,
And
here
what
we
did you do
go
with
with
the
the garnering sympathy.
As far as the identity,
Here we go with this garnering sympathy. Man, I cannot believe they're showing that shit. Anyways, where's that outrage? The children, the ones that matter. Yeah, they do. They do. They do. They do. Yep. I was freaking pissed that day. I was mad as hell. But yeah. Okay, anyways. Those poor kids, man. Those poor kids. They shouldn't have fucking.
Yes, sir.
we just provided it to our chain of command. I don't know who it was that actually took the information and matched it up and gave it to funeral homes or any other entity. It's one of the things that we were doing. We compiled it, and somebody within our group took it to whoever needed it.
Smooth up the chain.
Correct.
Thank you. Did you also have any assignments with evidence collection?
What's up, Beast?
Yes.
Tell us about that assignment.
So my primary assignment over the next few days was to gather evidence from a few of the classrooms. I think it was 4 of the classrooms, maybe 4 or 5 of them on the west side of that building at Robb Elementary. My primary assignment was to identify where bullet defects were in the windows coming into the classrooms and try to trace as best as possible the flight path, the trajectory of these bullets that came in. Many of them struck the ceiling, many of them struck the opposite walls. But that was my primary assignment for the next few days.
Okay. Let's take a second just to familiarize the jury once again with the part of the bullet that you were working on. Okay.
Okay.
Witness approach exhibit. Yes, sir. Can we get the exhibit back that was tendered to the jury? To the court report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you. Part of my job, I gotta make sure we get it.
You can come on up, and the jury's spread pretty wide, so that's why I have the pointer, so we can give them room to see. So for the last couple of days, we've been working on the casing part of the bullet. Would you again point that out for the jury?
We call this the casing, or we call it the cartridge of the bullet.
Okay, and then the front end, would you point that out and tell us what that is?
That is the bullet. That is the actual projectile that comes out of the end of the cartridge that goes out.
And that's the damaged part of it.
Correct.
And so what was your assignment?
My assignment
With relationship to the projectile of bullet side of it.
My assignment was to identify the areas, again, in the windows on the west side of the building.
Okay, I don't know how much of that you missed, but yeah. Are we back on? I hope we're back on. Shit. I hope we're back on. Shit.
Where the bullets had come in through the windows and trace their
Are we back on?
trace their flight path into the ceiling tiles into furniture or other objects within the classrooms or into the opposite walls of the classrooms.
Okay, that's.
I wasn't ready for this, man. I wasn't ready for this emotional bullshit. Fucking goddamn shit. Oh, this is making me mad all over again. See, I was okay with the teachers and stuff. I was like, okay, yeah. I mean, I understand what they went through. I get what they went through, and but it didn't hit me until now. When I said they're not going to show those kids, are they? That, oh my gosh. Oh, that poor jury. Anyways.
And when a bullet leaves a gun, in general terms, does it go in a straight line?
Generally speaking, yes, unless it hits something else or there's some other type of.
The law he broke was endangering children because he didn't encounter the threat soon enough. Yeah. But he's the one that was doing the calls and running around and getting the kids out and all that shit. I don't understand. He was actually doing something. So I think they got the wrong person. You get what I'm saying? Just because he's the first on the scene doesn't mean, like he wasn't doing something. He was actually doing something. The other guy that came in, Mr. Capitan, that just sat around every time someone wanted to fucking go in, he stopped them and shit. No, we gotta wait for this. We gotta wait for the ballistic. No, don't do it. And then they wait around long enough for the one cop that was on duty that wanted to go in several times, found out the gunman was in his wife's classroom. And they had to fucking disarm him and have him go sit out. So they were more worried about him rather than the kids in the classroom, which is crazy. But I understand about him. Like, don't take matters into your own hands, even though it would have been justified. But the bald-headed cop, oh yeah, yeah, there was a lot of people in that hallway that fucking day that were just standing around, dinking around, saying, "Oh well, we couldn't go to the classrooms because we didn't have any keys," or da 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 da. Well, the classroom was unlocked, you dumb fuck. And then you needed ballistic shields, and then you needed this. It was a whole bunch of excuses. I remember that day. That shit was wild. Breaks my heart.
Force exerted upon it.
So generally it goes in a straight line until it hits something.
Generally speaking, yes.
And then what happens?
Basically, yeah, he's a shitty cop. He didn't do what he took an oath for. But yeah, he's a shitty fucking cop. But I know they were just saying he was helping the kids out of the classroom. So, it's like, hello, well, he was at least doing something. What about the dumb fuck that was in the hallways just standing there? And he was there within like, not even minutes. I'm going to say like a minute. He pulled in that motherfucker. And then he didn't have radio or some stupid ass shit. It was just weird. Like a whole bunch of shit. It's almost like that was like the perfect storm because the door was unlocked. This, that, the other. Like it. Anyways.
When the bullet hit something?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I don't know if he's qualified to testify about the trajectory. I'd like to say, well, we're drivers going to go down this type of, or he's going to do evidence collection.
I'm going to do evidence collection, but he's collecting pieces of bullets.
I mean, I guess I don't know the scope of what he's going to go into, Judge, which I'm happy to do. I just want to make sure I have a question before.
Let me rephrase
Okay.
this. And not clear.
You know what?
Would you tell us what a fragment of a bullet is?
Hood. CPS ain't no good. A lot of shit happens in CPS and all that dumb shit. If you can't be in the job, don't be in the job. If you're not in the job of protecting kids, don't say that you are. I'm tired of these motherfuckers hiding behind a government thing or bullshit. Anyways, just the whole system's corrupt. Hood, plain and simple. It's them against us. It's always been that way. You know. Hell. You know, it's always been them against us. The haves and haves nots. And if you ain't about pushing their agenda, they don't want you. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit.
When a bullet strikes an object, many times it will basically break off into several pieces. A bullet fragment is going to be just one of those pieces. And they can go any type of direction. I think an old ranger told me one time, bullets do weird things whenever they hit something, and they do. They can go in a million different directions depending on many circumstances.
And does it make a difference if a bullet is just a solid bullet or a hollow point or a jacketed bullet?
It would make some type of a difference. However, every one of those I've seen, they have
Different bullets do different things.
Okay, fragment, that means just means different pieces. Is that
correct? They've come apart.
Okay. And so was your job then, well, first let me ask, did you see places or indications where a bullet had gone through a solid object?
Yes.
And tell us what that was.
There were many of them. Many of the bullets went through glass. Some of them had gone through the actual steel window frame. Once they perforated through the glass or the window frame, they came into the classroom and hit several other objects, whether it was desks, books, ceiling tiles, the wall on the opposite side of the room, just anything in its path was could and did get hit.
And were you able to recover any of those fragments or solid bullets?
Yes.
Yeah, no shit.
And were there both? Were there recovery of both solid bullets as well as fragments?
Yes.
Oh my God,
and,
dude.
In general terms,
I don't even know how many shots he freaking let off, but I mean, that motherfucker looked like he was going to war. He had guns, he had magazines, he had bullets, he had Kevlar, he had all sorts of shit. I mean, this motherfucker was all tackled up. So,
well, which rooms did you work on primarily?
I mean, he had like 2 other places he was gonna go to after that. Fucking wild. Dude had a whole agenda. He had a whole freaking agenda. Those poor kids, man. I don't. It still boggles my mind. Like, if you're not gonna go face danger, stay out of that job. Like, if you can't do that job, don't do that job. Like, don't try to fake it till you make it, because nah, this is why people get shot. This is why it's just running out of control. Like, come on. No, that's why I could never fucking do like any kind of job, because you try to run me over or some shit. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna end.
Rooms that were on the west side of the building. I don't remember the room numbers right offhand. If you have a diagram, I could explain to the jury which ones those were.
I think this is probably a good time to do that. Tender, you photographed your work, did you not?
Yes.
And before coming here today, did you have a chance to review those photographs to determine if they're fair and accurate representations of your work?
Yes.
And were they?
Yes.
The tender exhibits at this point 23 through. Let's see, it's too big. Here it is.
23 through 49 at this point.
You have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Come on, mofo.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And I was just informed that we had to skip numbers because other exhibit numbers were taken, so I'm going to add to the offer 153 through 163. Apologies.
It's okay.
Let's see. Come on, man.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted as well. You may publish.
Thank you. Starting with the first location then. She needs to use this one. Thank you.
Don't show the kid. I mean, don't show the blood, please, por favor. Because that's going to piss me off.
Okay. We could start with Exhibit 23. Could you point out the room 102 and where it is in relationship to the building?
Your Honor, may I approach the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 102, room 102 is going to be highlighted here in yellow.
And I'll next show you State's Exhibit 24 and ask you to identify what we're looking at here.
This is going to be room 102, an outside view, and the two windows that for room 102.
And by looking at the far right window, just to the right of that, what is the perpendicular structure coming up and down right by the end of the building?
I guess I don't know what you're referring to.
Okay.
Are you talking about
Yes, sir.
this?
Yes,
The drain pipe?
Yes, sir. Just a
Okay.
drainage pipe?
Correct.
I'm doing that so that I can identify it in the next photograph.
Okay.
So Exhibit 24 is the window next to the drainage pipe. It shows both of them though.
Yes.
And then Exhibit 25.
This is going to be that window that you were referring to in the previous photograph, and you're going to be able to see some bullet defects in the glass in this window.
And Exhibit 26.
Again, it's a little bit closer angle, but you're going to be able to see bullet defects in the glass of that window.
And how many defects do you see?
Offhand, 3, 4.
And now I'm going to show you an exhibit that's already been introduced into evidence. State's Exhibit 96. Did you see that same drainage pipe in State's Exhibit 96?
I do.
And would you come to the middle of the jury and just kind of on a pivot show them where the drainage ditch is and what
The drainage pipe.
that drainage pipe,
Okay.
excuse me.
So the drainage pipe is going to be right here. So the window, this window would be over this in this direction from that drainage pipe.
Okay.
And these, were you there when the yellow tents were marked to pull up the casings that were at this same location in front of 102?
I may or may not have been. I don't know. I did not mark those.
But if you move to the left of those casings, would that be right in front of that window?
Yes.
And then showing you exhibit 112 while you're still up here. Is that a set of exhibits that are then further south of exhibit 96?
Yes, this is going to be the same drainage pipe that we've been talking about in the previous photographs. It's just going to be a photograph taken from a little bit farther back.
Of a second set of exhibits, is that correct?
Correct.
And from where this photograph is taken, or these exhibits 12 and 13, is there anything between exhibits 12 and 13 and the window that you've been showing us?
The only thing I see are going to be some of these flag markers.
Okay, but is there anything between these flag markers and the window? In other words, I'm talking about this black car.
Oh, yes, there is a black car. There's this tree that is going to be in between that.
So if you're standing somewhere to the left of exhibits 12 and 13, would the black car be in front of window 102?
Yes,
Thank you. And that's the window we're talking about now.
correct.
Thank you. Absolutely. And closing in, did you then, after taking a look at the outside of the glass windows, did you go inside 102?
Yes,
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the inside of the classroom 102?
yes.
Would you show us which window had the defects?
Yes, it's going to be the window to the left. The window to the right is covered with a curtain. The window to the left is open, and you can see the sun shining through it.
Thank you. And tell us what we're looking at in Stakes Exhibit 29.
This is going to be an inside view of the same window. You can see on the bottom where the window is shattered. You can see my evidence markers that are going to be on the bullet defects on the window. Our evidence markers are, in this case, they're little adhesive stickers. They have a scale on them. We can write on them with a marker or a pen, but they're sticky. They're adhesive. You can stick them to a surface so that we can take photographs of them and show it with a scale to show an accurate size.
Thank you. And then Stakes Exhibit 30.
That's going to be just a closer up view of the window.
And it shows the number of defects.
Yes.
And how many do you count?
Looks like 5.
Thank you. Stakes Exhibit 31.
It's going to be a photograph of the same window, going to be just standing a little further back from it, showing some of the items that were going to be in front of the window.
And were those items in that position when you came into 102?
Yes.
And were the items of significance to you in evidence collection?
Yes.
Tell us what the significance was.
Some of these items, some of these books, you can see where bullets or bullet fragments passed through these books, creating a bullet defect.
And specifically, is the book entitled Bill Cosby and then one behind it, the B?
Yes.
Showing you Stakes Exhibit 32. Is that a close-up of those books?
Yes.
And could you tell us what we're looking at or why you took that photograph?
That's just going to be bullet defects that came through the window and struck those books.
And where would you point those out for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor, can I approach again? Yes, sir. You're going to be right here on the top of this book. I have one here and one here.
And is Stakes Exhibit 33 a close-up of that?
Yes, it's going to be just another photograph of those bullet defects.
And Stakes Exhibit 34.
That's going to be another book showing another bullet defect passing through.
And I'll go back so we can get an idea. Do you see that same book in this exhibit?
I do. It's going to be this book that's directly behind. Going to be this orange-colored book, and that is going to be the defect.
Okay.
That I was photographing.
And that's what we're showing in Exhibit 34. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Exhibit 35.
Just another photograph of the bullet defect in the orange book.
And so even though a bullet has
fragmented? Is it still dangerous?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 36.
This is going to be a view kind of standing back where, closer to the window, looking back at the opposite side of the room from the window. If you can see up here, there are going to be some bullet defects, definitely on this wall back here. Some of them may be
having a
up
hard
here
time
as well,
seeing that.
the ceiling tiles.
But the picture is actually taken from about where the window is, but standing inside the window.
Correct.
And Exhibit 37.
This is going to be photographs showing bullet defects in the ceiling tiles. You can see what we call a flight path rod or a trajectory rod that we were able to put through one of the bullet defects, showing basically directionality of the bullet coming from outside the window, coming in through the window, coming into the classroom, striking these ceiling tiles.
Directly across from the window.
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 38.
A closer photograph of these bullet defects.
And they have rods in them?
This one does, yes.
And how do you decide how to put a rod in a defect? How does that work?
So when a bullet passes through an object, obviously it will leave a hole if the object itself is usually like this, a ceiling tile. It's a foamy type of substance. For us to put a rod in, usually there's going to be either a corresponding defect on the opposite side, or the path is so pronounced in this surface itself that you're able to slide the rod through the hole and it'll stay put, showing the flight path or the trajectory of the bullet.
Thank you. Exhibit 39.
This is just going to be another bullet defect on the ceiling tiles, actually on the frame in between the ceiling tiles.
So you have defects in the ceiling and yet defects in books well below the ceiling. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You have defects in the ceiling as well as defects well below the ceiling in these books.
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 40, is that a close-up of that?
Yes.
And is there directionality in State's Exhibit 40?
Yes.
Would you tell us about that?
Yeah, so it's going to be, you usually see a leading edge of a bullet defect, kind of showing where it comes in. This one did not perforate completely through. It came in, it kind of came into the surface, and this one particularly did not have enough energy to punch through this frame. So what it did was ricochet off. And so this fragment went somewhere else in the room.
So once a bullet strikes an object, it doesn't necessarily stop.
Correct.
It could ricochet.
Yeah.
Correct.
So is that dangerous to anybody in that room?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 41.
That's going to be just another photograph of that bullet defect.
And Exhibit 42. It keeps bouncing me.
This is going to be another bullet defect with a flight path rod.
And the flight path rod is pointing in what direction?
It's going to be pointing, so it's indicating that the bullet came through the window going to the opposite side of the room in that direction, from the outside to the inside.
And State's Exhibit 43?
It's another photograph of the same bullet defect.
And 44?
This will be another photograph of another bullet defect in the room.
Once again in the ceiling?
Yes.
And is 45 a close-up of that?
Yes.
Moving now to Exhibit 46. Trying to. Can you tell us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 46?
Yes, this is going to be a view of the opposite wall from the windows.
And are there any of your trajectory rods in that?
Yes.
Would you point that out to the jury?
Yes, there's a pink one right here. That's the only one that I see right now in this photograph.
And do you see any other defects in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you point those out and describe them?
Yes, these defects are going to be in the same wall. One is down here. They're all marked with the adhesive sticky markers that I told you all about earlier. Going to be one here, two here. This is the third, fourth, fifth.
And State's Exhibit 47.
47 is going to be one of the bullet defects. Actually, there's several of the bullet defects in this photograph. This one is kind of centered most. This YBD2, I believe, is the number on there. I'm sorry, YBD30, but it's showing it's one of our flight path rods. There's another one down here with the flight path rod. Up here where the ceiling tiles meet the wall, there's another flight path rod going in there.
And the directionality of those flight path rods are coming from what direction?
Coming from the windows, going into this wall on the opposite side of the room.
So are all of these defects consistent with bullets coming through the window?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 48.
This is just going to be another view of the same wall. You can see flight path rods. It's just showing those same bullet defects, just from a different angle.
And is this part of the wall directly across from the window, or is it where these defects are, or is it at a wide angle?
It's going to be directly across from the window. So I guess for an example, in this room here, if these are the windows that we're talking about, it would be the exact opposite wall on the exact opposite side of the room.
As opposed to at an angle over to this side of the room.
Correct.
And Exhibit 49.
Again, it's going to be a picture of the same bullet defects on that wall, and you can see our markers showing the bullet defects.
And I guess I'm looking at, okay, moving next to Exhibit 153.
Okay, this is going to be one of the bullet defects. This is the one that we saw earlier, where the ceiling tiles actually meet the wall, and there was a bullet defect that went in right there.
Right where the wall and the ceiling
Yes.
connect. And Exhibit 154.
This is going to be just another one of the bullet defects in that wall.
And 155. Sorry, it just bounces back.
This is a photograph of a couple of the Rangers trying to basically dig either a bullet or a bullet fragment out of the wall.
So it's more than just the defect that you're trying to recover the fragments also, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's what they're doing?
Yes.
And 156, is that a close-up of that?
Yes.
And Exhibit 157.
That is going to be the bullet that came out of that defect, the defect, the YBD31.
And is that the same shape it would be in when it was in the entire cartridge?
No.
Tell us the difference.
When this bullet is obviously flattened, it hit a hard surface, and so the edge, the pointy edge of the bullet is flattened where it hits, most likely where it hit this wall.
And State's 158.
It's going to be another bullet defect.
And the defect is numbered.
Correct.
And do you match that up then when you recover fragments?
Yes, if we recover a fragment from that particular bullet defect, we generally try to take a photograph of whatever came out of that bullet defect.
And so what is this defect labeled?
YBD25.
And Exhibit 159. Maybe.
This is going to be a bullet fragment that came out of that bullet defect.
And how would you describe that fragment?
It looks to me like a piece of a copper jacket from the outside of the bullet. It's pretty mangled up.
Exhibit 160.
So this is a photograph standing in the hallway on the opposite side of the wall. So for reference, so the jury can understand, if these were the windows that we started with, this is the opposite wall that the bullet defects from the previous photographs. This photograph is going to be from a hallway that would be on the opposite side of that wall. You can see where we have bullet defects coming out, where they travel through the room and into this hallway, and one of them coming over here and actually going through the wall on the opposite side of the hallway.
And what was the origin of those fragments that caused that?
Everything from everything that I observed at the scene, every one of those bullets came through the original windows where we stored the photographs.
So go through a window, through sheetrock, both sides of the sheetrock wall, and then penetrate another sheetrock wall.
Yes.
So would that be dangerous to a human being,
Yes.
even after it goes through a window?
Yes.
And when a bullet hits a window, what happens to the window?
A multitude of things. It depends on several factors, including what type of glass it is. But I mean, generally speaking, I mean, there's a lot of things that it can happen to the bullet.
And to the glass?
Shatters, again, depending on what type of glass it is.
And is it at a dangerous speed when glass shatters from a bullet strike?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 161.
So this is going to be a picture of the two bullet defects. That this is where they were coming out of the original room, room 102.
And then across the hall?
Yes.
And does it also show a trajectory rod?
Correct. Shows that it is going through the opposite wall on the other side of the hallway.
And is Exhibit 163 show a different kind of defect?
Yes. So this is a defect that was caused by a bullet fragment.
Okay. Thank you. You can have a seat. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Oh, me.
Oh, yeah.
Not witness. Okay.
No, to you, I'm sorry. We're not even halfway through. I'm about to go on.
Come on, motherfuckers.
This evening, don't discuss the case. Don't let anybody discuss it with you. Don't read anything, watch anything, or listen to anything that may be in the media concerning the case. Would everyone please rise for the jury?
Okay, now let's go to day 4. Okay. Oh, there we are. Day 4. But I need to go back.
Looks like part of the core of the bullet, like a lead.
Um,
Turn over the photograph to Ranger Ryan. All things up.
Okay.
honey, what's for dinner? I'm hungry. Is that where you're texting? You texting wifey trying to see what she's cooking for dinner? I'm a classic man. You know me when you look this thin, I'm a classic man.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Admitted. You may publish. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Maybe right when we left yesterday, you had discussed with us the defects, those defects that we have 102, that southwest corner of the building, correct?
Yes,
And how they had gone across the hallway.
correct.
And so now we are moving to State's Exhibit 164. State's Exhibit 164, could you tell us what we're looking at there?
That is a diagram of Robb Elementary, or at least that building within Robb Elementary. And the highlighted room is 108, which is directly across the hall from 102.
And that's where you continued following the path of bullet fragments, is that correct?
Correct.
And would you tell us what State's Exhibit 165 is?
That is a photograph of the entrance into classroom 108.
To orient us, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And 166?
That is going to be a photograph just stepping inside of room 108, turning to the right and just seeing that part of the classroom.
And which of those walls is adjacent to the hallway?
The wall on the right with the cabinets is
And
going
is
to be
there-
on the back side of that wall is the hallway.
And does one of your rods appear in that photograph?
May I approach, Your Honor? You're going to see one of our flight path rods right here coming through this wall.
Thank you. And 167?
It's going to be a closer photograph of that flight path rod, the bullet defect in the wall, and the flight path rod coming straight through.
And am I correct that you can only affix that flight path rod if it is clear to you the path of the fragment? State's Exhibit 168?
It's just going to be another closer photograph of the flight path rod coming through the wall.
And State's Exhibit 169?
That is going to be a photograph of standing kind of close to the door of the classroom, looking back toward the windows on the opposite side. So to orientate the jury, it would be if the bullets had come in this window originally in room 102, gone through that wall, through the hallway, through that wall. It's going to be the windows on the complete opposite side of the building.
And where did you find, if you did, a defect in that photograph?
You can see kind of, it's kind of hard to see right here, but I do get another photograph later, but it's going to be where the bullet comes in and hits these blinds right here on that window.
And Exhibit 170?
It's going to be a closer up of the bullet defect. This is going to be one of those sticky adhesive markers that we use to identify it. That's going to be the bullet defect that went into the blind.
And Exhibit 171?
Closer photograph of where the bullet struck the blind.
And 172, is that even closer?
Correct.
And along with that defect, were you able to find any bullet or bullet fragments?
Yes.
Showing your Exhibit 173?
Yes, the bullet is going to be down here as evidenced by this marker, number 15.
174?
That is the actual bullet that came through. It came to rest on the windowsill.
And is it a complete bullet or a fragment?
It's pretty deformed. It doesn't look like it has a jacket. It looks like part of the core of the bullet, like a lead core.
Okay, thank you. Now, was that the extent of the defects you found in room 108?
Yes.
And what was the next room that you searched?
I can't remember the exact number. It's
Okay, well, let me just move to Exhibit 175.
So yeah, so it's going to be room 104.
And when you move from 102 to 104, does that mean there were no defects in 103?
Correct.
Okay, and so you took pictures of the defects and went to the rooms where there were actual defects?
Correct.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 176, is this an outside view of that room?
Yes.
And do you see flags in that photograph?
Yes.
Would you point those out?
There's going to be flags in the grass right there.
Okay. Are they, were there defects in that window to the left of those flags?
Yes.
Showing you exhibit 177. Can you tell us what that is?
That's going to be a closer up a photograph of that window. You can see where the glass is completely shattered in many of these places. You can see some of the, a couple of the trajectory rods placed in bullet defects coming from outside the window going to the inside.
And would you talk to us about the bottom pane of the window?
Well, there's not much glass there. It's completely shattered.
Off
Okay.
camera while
And do you know what caused that shattering?
If I'm not mistaken, this room, I believe, this was probably, it may have been bullet defects, but it could have also been attempts to escape the classroom, trying to break the window so students could get out of the classroom.
So so it's fair to say you can tell us the origin of why that shattered. It's just when you see it, it's shattered. Is that
Correct.
Okay. And your rods are also indicated there, indicating the path of the bullet through the window. Is that correct?
Correct. And this is the room also, you can see these gaps over here. This window frame was removed. We found it that way. It was removed. To take these photographs, we had to actually place that window back into the window frame.
So in a few minutes, we're going to see where the window is actually on the ground, but you had to place it in its proper spot. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you don't know why that happened, why the window frame was removed?
No.
And State's Exhibit 178?
It's a photograph of classroom 104, the entrance to it.
And Exhibit 179?
It's just going to be a photograph inside, looking inside room 104.
And do you recognize any of your yellow markers or yellow tints? I'm
Wow,
not sure
hey,
what term
First
you use.
Lady.
Yes, these evidence markers here on the floor.
Okay. And is the
Wow.
window likewise
Wow.
in that photograph 179?
Yes, this is the window frame that we saw earlier.
That's fucking crazy. That's motherfucking crazy. Oh, those poor kids. Oh my
We
God.
had placed it up here to take these photographs, but this is how we had originally found it. The window frame had been removed and was placed up.
Showing you Exhibit 180. Can you tell us what that is?
This is going to be, it's going to be damage to the blinds covering that window. You can see quite a bit of damage to these blinds, whether it was bullet fragments or glass. Whenever bullets strike glass, a lot of times.
I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself? Hope you're doing well.
It pulverizes the glass. It turns it into shrapnel, for lack of a better term. And it causes a lot of damage here. You can see all of these things here.
And State's Exhibit 181.
Again, just another photograph of that window. You can see the damage to these blinds and all the shattered glass.
Okay, and once again, you don't know the origin of that shattered glass, is that correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 182.
Going to be another photograph of this window. You can see the window down here,
So,
the window frame that had been removed from the original housing here, and it's just down here on the floor.
And did you photograph the damage to the window frame when it was in that position?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 183.
Okay, yes, this is a bullet defect that's in the window frame.
And 184.
Another bullet defect in the window frame.
And 185.
Closer view of the defect in the window frame.
And would you describe the defect in a little more detail? Let's tell us if it gave you an idea about where the bullet came from, the other side of the window frame or from this side of it.
so tragic, man.
Correct. So in this one, we can tell that the
Absolutely
directionality of the bullet traveling through this window frame, it was coming from outside to inside. So if you could kind of imagine that this is the side that's facing the classroom. So this would be the back side facing the exterior, facing the outside of the building. And you can see the directionality of the bullet coming in. You can see how it bent the metal as it comes through.
State's Exhibit 186.
This is going to be a picture of, this is one of our, another one of the Texas Rangers holding the window frame in place in that window housing.
And 187.
Just a closer photograph of the same thing.
And 188.
Another photograph of that window being held in place.
Okay. Just kind of a side note, 187, if we could go back one. Just in the background, there's a car parked there.
Here?
Yes. And then 188. Is the car gone?
Yes.
What explains the difference in that?
This was a long process doing all of these. So we photographed it at different intervals, different times. So I believe we were there working this particular side, this west side of this building for 2 or 3 days. So at any given time during that 2 or 3 days, cars may have come and gone. We really weren't paying attention to those outside. We were just worried about trying to place this window frame back in its place and photographing and documenting first off how we found it, and then how the bullet.
Thank you, First Lady.
This window.
Thank you. And exhibit 189.
It's going to be a close up of a bullet defect in the glass.
Thank you.
190.
This is going to be a photograph of one of the bullet defects in the window frame.
And also, does that tell you the origin, whether it's inside the rim or outside the rim?
As far as direction,
Yes, sir.
yes, it shows that the bullet did come from the outside and coming to the interior of the window. You can see the directionality. You can see how the metal again bent around the bullet, and it shows the direction of the bullet.
And exhibit 191.
It's going to be a closer view of the bullet defect.
Oh,
And the
those
defect on the
poor
opposite side of that
babies.
window frame, does it feel smaller than the defect on this side of the window frame?
It does.
And what's the explanation for that?
When a bullet passes through a surface, depending on lots of factors, depending on the surface it's passing through, depending on the bullet itself, typically a bullet sometimes will expand as it goes through a surface like this. So as it went through the exterior coming in, this bullet, whether it was the bullet itself actually expanding or some of the shrapnel and some of the other stuff breaking off of the bullet, some of the bullet fragments, caused a much larger hole on this opposite side.
So a bullet going through a soft object may maintain its integrity, but if it hits a hard object, it may expand and fragment.
It could. I think there are a lot of variables with both of those, with the composition of the bullet and the composition of the.
Don't tell me the DA is
Fair enough.
gonna cry again.
Exhibit 192.
Just going to be another. This is one of the trajectory rods coming through a bullet defect, showing it passing from the exterior to the interior.
And 193.
Another photograph, another bullet defect with a trajectory rod showing the direction of travel from the outside to the inside.
And is it slightly elevated also?
Yes.
And what does that say about the position of where the gun was in comparison to the window?
So this would indicate that the muzzle of the rifle, the weapon, where the bullet was fired from, would have been a little bit lower on the outside. It would have been a little bit lower in elevation as it fired, and the bullet passed through, coming in and going at an upward angle into the classroom.
And when we looked at exhibits 102, is that consistent then with fragments ending up in the ceiling?
I believe so, yes.
State's exhibit 194.
This is going to be a photograph inside the classroom, standing back by the window, looking back at the door, the entrance door, and you can see some of our evidence markers up here with some of the trajectory rods inside some of the bullet defects. Around the door here, you can see some of our evidence markers indicating bullet defects on that wall.
So did you find that these defects were directly across from the window?
Yes,
And then we close in on those defects, is that correct?
correct.
Showing you exhibit 195.
Just a closer angle of these bullet defects on the ceiling and the wall.
And 196.
More of an overall photograph of standing back by the window again, showing the bullet defects on the ceiling and the wall by the entrance door.
And it may be light there, but do your rods appear there also?
Yes.
Showing you 197.
This will be a closer view of the bullet defects. You can actually see one of the pink rods right there.
And 198.
Closer view of the, these are the bullet defects that are, so here's the door. So the window would be back this way from the screen. So you can see the actual trajectory rods going in to some of these bullet defects in the ceiling tiles.
Exhibit 199.
Another photograph from a different angle of some of the bullet defects in the ceiling tiles.
And then you close in on those to show us why you believe they were bullet defects in 200. Exhibit 200.
Yes. Another angle, another photograph showing bullet defects of various sizes, whether they were complete bullets or bullet fragments or actual shrapnel from glass from the window frame. It's
So
hard to
sad,
tell
man.
exactly, but you can tell some of the directionality of how they're moving.
And exhibit 201.
Just a closer photograph of one of the bullet defects in the ceiling tiles.
Exhibit 202.
This is going to be a photograph of some more of the bullet defects in the ceiling tiles.
And 203.
This is a closer view of one of the bullet defects in the ceiling tile.
So there were a number of defects in the ceiling tile, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. 204.
This is going to be another photograph of a bullet defect in the ceiling tile. You can see another defect over here on this side.
And 206.
Another bullet defect in the ceiling tile.
And 207.
Another bullet defect in the ceiling tile.
Backing off from that then, in exhibit 208 is just giving us a general view of the room. 204.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
This is 208.
God, I'm so shaky.
Could you tell us what 208 is?
As far as the classroom?
Yes, sir. And do your yellow marker or tents appear there?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of those yellow markers or tents?
These are going to be showing either bullet fragments or some type of shrapnel, some type of
So
object
sad,
that came
man.
from whenever the bullets were fired into the windows.
Would you take a second just to show us the tents that you see in that photograph?
Yes. So there's number 12 right here. I think that's going to be number 5 right there. Can't really tell. But these are items that we found on the desks. Over here, there's going to be closer to the window, there's going to be more evidence markers indicating bullet fragments or some type of shrapnel that we thought was related to the bullets coming in through the windows or the window frames.
And exhibit 209, does that show some of those markers better?
Yes.
And would you show us where those are?
Yes. These are the markers closer to the window that we just saw in the previous photograph. This one is actually going to be another bullet fragment closer to the classroom, mark number 4.
Exhibit 210?
It's going to be a closer angle of exhibit 4 and exhibit 3.
And exhibit 211?
Going to be a closer photograph of exhibit 3, which is a bullet fragment.
212?
Just a photograph of exhibit 4, which is going to be another apparent bullet fragment.
And 213 is that a close-up of that?
Yes.
214?
Going to be evidence marker number 5 with an exhibit right there.
And is 215 a close-up of that?
Yes.
And what is?
So at the scene, it was kind of hard to differentiate right offhand whenever we were right there on the scene. So could this have been shrapnel from one of the mini blinds, or could it have been shrapnel from the window frame, or could it have been a bullet fragment? We weren't sure at that exact moment, so we went ahead, erred on the side of caution to mark it as just an item that obviously should not have been there, and it came as a result of the bullets passing through the windows or the window frame.
So whether it's bullet fragment or shades or the aluminum frame, it's a piece of metal that's flying through the air of room 104, is that correct?
Correct.
And 216?
It's going to be just another view of some of the evidence markers next closer to the window.
And 217?
It's going to be evidence markers number 6 and number 7. And we're going to see a piece of either bullet fragment or shrapnel here. And the same
218,
is
does that
here.
close up on number 6?
Yes.
And from looking at that, can you tell the origin of that?
In hindsight, it looks more like a piece of the mini blind, maybe a piece of shrapnel that came from the bullet defect. But at the time, we didn't know if it was a piece of a metal jacket coming from one of the bullets or if it was a piece of the mini blind.
Thank you. 219?
It's just a closer photograph of it.
And 220?
It's going to be evidence markers number 7, number 8, and number 9.
Marker 8, is that next to a paper airplane?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Exhibit 221.
It's going to be another piece of evidence that we found here, mark number 8.
And 222.
That's going to be evidence markers 8, 9, and 11, indicating some of the items that we found on the floor close to the window.
Exhibit 223.
It's going to be another piece of debris, whether it's shrapnel or a bullet fragment, closer to the window.
224.
This is going to be just a photograph of evidence markers 9, 10, and 11. We actually had to pull this bookcase out to see that, and obviously this is the window frame. The window would have been in this location over here.
And for a reference marker, the tent number 10, is that closest to the wall?
Yes.
So looking at 225, can you tell us which marker this belongs to?
That's going to be, I believe that's going to be number 10 right here. So this is the wall. It's on the floor here. And this is a piece of appears to be a piece of a copper jacket from a bullet. So it'd be a bullet fragment, but it would be the piece of the copper jacket that covers that lead core of the bullet.
And 226.
Just another photograph of 8, 9, 10, and 11.
227.
There's going to be a piece of debris on the floor with our evidence marker that are showing the size of it.
228.
It's going to be this is a photograph of the desk area. This is going to be the entrance door into the classroom. So to orient the jury, this photograph would have been taken closer from the window area, looking back toward the door, and evidence marker 5 and 12 on these desks.
229.
It's going to be a close-up of exhibit number 12.
And then 230.
It's going to be a piece of debris, either a jacket or a piece of mini blind, some type of shrapnel that was found on the desk.
And 231.
This is going to be a photograph looking close to the entrance door, or from the entrance door of the classroom, looking back toward the window, but they had these double doors that went into the classroom next door to it. So these doors are open. So this is going to be some of the evidence markers that are there, and some of the things that we found on the floor, on the desk, and some of those other evidence markers were over there that y'all saw earlier.
Easy.
So those internal doors allow two different classrooms to access two different classrooms.
Correct.
Is that correct? Right. You could come in one door and then go into the other classroom by this adjoining door.
Correct.
Exhibit 232.
It's going to be a close-up of or a photograph of evidence marker number 13.
And 233.
It's going to be a closer up of some of the shrapnel or bullet fragment labeled number 13 that's on the floor.
Exhibit 234.
This is going to be the entrance door to that classroom. You can see bullet defects on the wall over here, and you can see one of our trajectory rods stuck in one of those bullet defects.
And exhibit 235.
That's going to be a bullet defect that hit the door frame. It did not go through the door frame. It just hit right there and made a defect, made basically like a dent in that metal door frame. You can see where it knocked the paint off, but there's a definite indentation from where the bullet hit it.
That's
236.
crazy.
That's going to be a closer angle or a closer view of that bullet defect.
And 237.
That's going to be kind of a zooming out photograph again of some of the bullet defects on the wall by the door.
238.
That's going to be a bullet defect on the right side of the door.
And 239.
It's going to be it appeared that it's going to be a piece of a copper jacket that surrounded the lead core of the bullet. It's embedded in the wall right here.
Wow.
And 240.
Them poor babies, man.
This is going to be a couple of bullet defects that are on top of the door.
241.
Another view of those bullet defects with one of our trajectory rods in this one on the left.
And 242. We now move to the hallway.
Yes, this is going to be bullet defects that are outside the door. So To orient the jury again, if the windows are on the exterior of the building, going to the door that's on that wall, this is going to be in the hallway on the opposite side of that wall. You can see where one of the bullets came through, created a defect right here and right there.
And did you, let me just show you 243. Is that a close-up of that defect?
Yes.
And can you tell directionality from that defect?
Yes, it's coming from exterior, through the windows, through the classroom, through the wall on the opposite side into the hallway.
Exhibit 244?
This is going to be one of our trajectory rods going through that bullet defect, coming from the classroom into the hallway.
Wow.
Showing a slightly upward angle once again.
Correct.
245.
Wow.
This is going to be a trajectory rod coming from that bullet defect, and it caused that bullet defect on the ceiling. So this is the wall in the hallway, and this is the ceiling in
Is
the
it the
hallway.
legs for the live?
So
Thank
that
you.
bullet came through the wall and made a bullet defect right there on the ceiling.
And does 246
Oh,
show then the
tragic,
defect
man.
in the ceiling?
Yes.
And did that conclude then your investigation as
There was a lot of shots fired. I mean, that kid had an arsenal. Like, wow. Anyways, just tragic,
to the
man.
room 204 and the defects that went through that room?
Yes.
So did you next move to room 105,
Yes.
showing your state's exhibit 247?
Okay, this is the diagram of the building again. Room 105 is highlighted in yellow here.
And was there any defect from outside to inside in room 105?
I believe there were.
You did. Let's go through that. 248. Could you tell us what that is?
Yeah, so this is going to be a photograph from outside in the hallway of room 105, and we have a bullet defect right there.
And 249.
So this is going to be a view of room 105 from the area of the entrance door, and you can see some of our evidence markers here.
Okay. And is there a window there that is not in its complete form?
Yes.
And do you know how it was destroyed?
I wasn't there when it happened, so I don't know exactly.
Okay. And how many markers came out of room 105? Just these two?
Just these two.
Exhibit 250? I guess I'm closing up on the window there at that point.
Yes, that's going to be a view of it's going to be that window there, but our evidence markers are going to be right here on this TV stand.
And what is in front of that window?
That is a bookcase that's been turned over.
And if it were upright, could you access the window?
No.
And if it's knocked over, could you access the window?
Yes.
Exhibit 251.
That's going to be a photograph of the TV stand with our two exhibits, our markers.
Exhibit 252.
And it's another photograph of the TV stand with our evidence markers.
And exhibit 253.
It's going to be a closer view of evidence marker number 1. Here's the TV, and it's on the TV stand.
And exhibit 252? No, 254, excuse me.
It's a closer view of a bullet fragment that was found on this TV stand.
And 255.
This is going to be a bullet defect that was directly above the TV stand. You can see our evidence of the sticky adhesive marker on the ceiling tile right here, and that's the bullet defect.
And exhibit 256.
There is the piece of shrapnel or bullet fragment that is embedded in the ceiling tile.
Exhibit 257.
That's going to be that's a view, a photograph view standing near the front door, near the entrance door of the classroom, looking back to the right at this wall. So this wall would be adjacent to the hallway. Just on the opposite side of this wall would be the hallway.
And on the opposite side of that hallway, would that be room 102? Excuse me. I've lost the number. 1 second. 111, excuse me.
Yes.
And exhibit 258.
This is going to be a bullet defect in the wall Again, on the opposite side of this wall is going to be the hallway.
And exhibit 259.
That's going to be a closer angle of the bullet defect in that wall.
And exhibit 260.
This is going to be a view from the hallway looking into the classroom 105.
And 261.
That's going to be what appears to be a bullet defect from outside in the hallway, looking at the top left corner of that door going into 105.
And once again, across from that room would be to 111, is that correct?
Correct.
So based on the glass being shattered in this room 105, as well as the defects in the walls, are you able to determine the origin of that one fragment in 105?
The one fragment, so the windows in this room were not shattered by bullets coming from the exterior to the interior. This one appears that the bullet came from the inside, from traveling into this room from the hallway going into the room. So it was from the interior of the building.
And how are you able to exclude that it didn't come from the shattered window
Because there were no bullet defects that we found in the window
itself? Okay. Pass the witness.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, we briefly shook hands yesterday, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, my name is Nico Hood. I represent Adrian, one of 3 lawyers represent Adrian. You've done this before. You testified, so I'm just going to jump right in.
Sure.
Okay. You're obviously qualified as a trajectory analyst, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you described to the jury yesterday what that is, but you're trying to determine pathway of a bullet, a trajectory analysis from its origin to its endpoint, correct?
Correct.
And often they use your skill set with wound path analysis, right?
Yes.
Right, because it's the next step. If somebody unfortunately is struck by that trajectory, then the wound path should match the trajectory at the starting point and the end point where it rested.
Yes.
Okay. What training does an individual like yourself go through to do this type of analysis?
Well, as a Texas Ranger, we all have to go through a 3-week advanced crime scene school. We do lots of continuing education throughout our careers. One of the schools that I went to was a 10-week course of study.
These are starting to hurt my ears too.
Academy.
Oh,
That included shooting reconstruction, and those are the main, I guess, the main educational courses that I've been through.
Okay. And I think you said it on direct. I mean, this is not an exact science.
Are you talking about what, tracing the path of a bullet?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, bad question. Yes, sir. Tracing the path.
Bullets do weird things sometimes.
I know you
yes.
just said that yesterday. They do. And so they're educated guesses.
Yes.
And you said they can go in a million different directions. Once it hits something, bullets they do things that are weird.
they're
can.
unpredictable.
Often unexplainable.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why they
So now I
say
want to direct your
bullets
attention
with
back
no name on
to
it.
what you did there. And so you did this analysis. Is this the extent of what you did during your assignment or your duties of what you were given?
Even at Rob Building?
Yes, sir. From the room that you looked for evidence, that's all you did?
I did a few other things there, but that was my main assignment.
Did you have anybody assist you in this endeavor?
There were some other Rangers that assisted, yes.
So you made the determination that the majority of the defects that you saw on the west side of the building came from outside.
Correct.
And you were mentioning things about the frame of the window and the indention of the entrance versus the exit. That's called beveling, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And will you explain to the jury what beveling is?
So beveling is, again, like, I guess,
know,
could
that
we
was-
pull up that photograph of
Sure.
one of the window frames?
What do you remember what number that is? Any one of the window frames?
Yes. Any one of them showing that exterior defect and the interior defect.
Right here. 183, for the record, Judge, it states exhibit 183, 184, and 185. I think we have it here. That's 183, Ranger.
That will work. Your Honor, may I approach the screen?
Yes, sir.
So in this one, if the bullet were to come from the exterior of the window, so from this side of the window coming out, this is an exit defect. So as it passes through this surface, it makes the entrance defect and the exit defect, it bends the metal, like I talked about earlier. It doubles it out. So kind of makes it to where you can tell the direction. As the bullet passes through this surface, it bends the metal coming out.
And so, thank you, sir. You got to see. And so an entrance defect is smaller and cleaner. Is that a fair statement?
Generally speaking.
Yes, sir, generally. And then an exit defect is usually larger and not as clean.
Correct.
I mean, irregular, I guess is a better word to use.
Yes.
Okay. And this is why you said, I think at the end of your testimony, that there were some defects in room, I thought it was room 105, that you believed were coming from the inside of the building.
Yes.
And when you use those trajectory rods, they're trying to trace back. So you're kind of start from the end point. You have to know where the entrance and the exit is, or the beginning and the ending. And you're trying to connect those lines together. And that's why that rod needs to be straight.
Correct.
You can also use a laser.
Yes.
When does someone like you decide when to use a laser or a rod?
I could have used a laser here. There were so many bullet defects, but you can use a laser at any time during this process.
And that's just more of a preference?
Yes.
Is one more reliable than the other one?
Well, lasers are obviously, they're going to be straight. Rods, you do have a little bit of play in them. Sometimes we have the plastic cones that you can put inside of a bullet defect that the trajectory rod will fit in, so it kind of centers it more in the bullet defect itself.
And on two different occasions, at least that I heard, you talked about the trajectory of the bullet going through a window, through a classroom, through a hallway, or into a ceiling. It kept traveling.
Correct.
Is that correct? And so when you see what appears to be the end of the trajectory, it could have kept going. You never know, right?
Unless, I'm sorry, if you.
What I'm saying is, if you saw a defect in the ceiling tile, you obviously don't know the bullet kept going. You didn't find the actual bullet.
Some of those, yes. There were some defects above the ceiling tiles. Sometimes it was hard to determine exactly where they came to rest. But passing through those ceiling tiles, yeah, there was rafters up there and all kinds of things.
And just as a side note, the government's not going to contest us on this. The person responsible for these defects and causing this damage is dead, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's not Adrian sitting at the table with us.
No, to my knowledge, no, absolutely not.
And you're correct, by the way.
Yes.
And so at some point in their investigation, or you're part of this investigation, you heard that from the inside of the school, there were some rounds that went outside one of the windows on the back side, on the east side.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Room 111 and room 112 had, there was a bullet or bullets that went out of the building from 111.
I did not do any of the evidence gathering or evidence analysis in rooms 111 and 112.
But you understand there was defects outside of the building.
Are you talking about that came from 111 or 112?
Yes, sir.
Just maybe what I've heard through some of the other investigations, but I did not. I did very little in rooms 111 and 112 past identification of the victim.
But you would agree that you are considered and you have testified as an expert in trajectory analysis in the past?
Yes.
So may I approach the witness?
Yes. Yes.
Ranger, I'm handing you what remarked as defense exhibit 2 for identification only.
Okay.
You recognize defense 2, do you not?
I do not.
Would you let me get a bigger statement?
Okay.
Thank you, Jason. I'm also showing you, Ranger, State's Exhibit 1. Now, this is Robb Elementary.
Okay.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
So she has the type of it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And this is the west side of Robb Elementary.
Yes.
And this would be considered the south side.
Yes.
And this is the east side.
Yes.
And then room 111 roughly, this is the State's
Mhm.
exhibit, is in here, room 111 and 112 on the east side.
Yes.
And these are what they call wings of the building. These are extra buildings on the campus.
Yes.
And you might not know, but they're lettered from A to E. This would be Echo E, correct?
I'll take your word for it. Yes.
Okay, yeah, they're lettered. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And so on Defense Exhibit 2, this is a close-up of what? Would you agree that's a close-up of a defect? Regardless of where it's at, that's a defect.
It appears to be, yes.
And did you do the analysis on Defense Exhibit 2? I'm sorry, Defense Exhibit 2 defect.
I did not.
Do you know if anybody did the analysis on Defense Exhibit 2 defect from building E?
I don't know.
Are you aware that this is these are metal buildings, so defects, trajectories will affect metal different than other surfaces.
So I'd say that's a fair statement.
And metal is very, I mean, metal's it's not a cover. I mean, it's more concealment. It's not going to protect you from a bullet.
Depends on what kind of metal. Are you talking about like the thin metal building?
The thin metal buildings, yes, sir.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Judge, this time we'd like to offer into evidence Defense Exhibit 2.
I don't believe he'd been able to identify it. He said he didn't work on that defect. He didn't see it. If they're offering it just to say it's a defect, I have no objection.
Well, yeah, they're going to want it in later, I'm sure, so we want it in.
What's the objection?
All right, it's admitted.
Can we publish it to the jury, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, so that defect right there, if that were to be on the top part, because that's where the electrical is, on the top part of building E, then they, excuse me, you testified earlier that whenever there's a defect up higher, usually the source of that trajectory is lower, correct?
I think it depends on each circumstance. I mean, depending on what other evidence is present to indicate that that the muzzle of that weapon would have been lower.
Sure. I mean, obviously, if somebody was in a building shooting down, that could be a possibility,
Yes.
right? But there are no buildings higher than this structure around Robb Elementary, that you recall.
That I can recall now.
So if somebody is on the ground and the muzzle is lower and shooting up, then the defect would be higher on the building.
Generally speaking, yes.
Right. And you yourself, hopefully we'll get someone else to talk about this, but you yourself did not, that's not your evidence there, your
That's
evidence
correct.
marker.
No.
But a defect on a building like that, behind a structure that had a lot of gunfire, it would be very difficult to pinpoint where that came from. Is that a fair statement?
I think there's a lot of variables with that. It would kind of depend on if there's another corresponding defect on the opposite side of that wall, or even within that wall, if we could see where the bullet passed through this surface and made contact with another surface. If there is a corresponding defect, that gives us 2 points of reference to put a trajectory rod or a laser.
But correct, that is right. Okay, but and you don't know if that was done on this defect.
I do not.
If somebody on the east side, may I approach that?
Yes.
If somebody on the east side in front of this building, sorry, the west side.
South.
This is south. I'm so sorry, Ranger, you're right. I'm wrong. So on the south side of the building, correct, made a claim that there were multiple shots fired at that individual. Is it fair to say that we should see defects like this multiple times in this area?
Okay, can you, I guess, repeat that? I want to make sure my logistics are correct.
That's okay. If somebody, as an expert, if somebody is claiming there are multiple shots on the west side of the building here, in front of this structure,
This is the west side.
I'm getting myself confused. You're right. This is the west, on the south side of the building.
Okay, so if a suspect is, or if a person is here,
If a witness is on the south side of the building,
okay,
claiming that a suspect fired multiple rounds at them on the south side of the building,
okay,
we should see defects somewhere in one of these buildings, E, D, or even C.
if it struck one of those buildings, yes. I mean, obviously it could pass through as well, but if it struck one of those buildings, that would make sense. That would be logical.
But but also let's talk about the pass through, because you said something. If those rounds passed through, there would be defects passed in structures behind that, right?
Correct.
So
Mhm. Come on, lay it.
am I initially confusing
Lay it,
example? Sorry about
homeboy.
that. If somebody was on the south side of Robb Elementary and made a claim that a suspect shot multiple rounds at this individual, we should see defects here. And that you said initially, yes,
Possibly,
possibly.
yes.
Unless they passed through, but then we should see defects here.
If it struck that, not necessarily, because again, bullets do weird things, depending on the trajectory of it. If it's going higher and over the building, if it goes lower and into the ground, there may be a bullet in the ground. So in that general direction, if it's on a level plane, generally speaking, shooting from that direction to this direction, again, perfect conditions, level plane, yes, there may be some bullet defects on these buildings over here.
And bullets don't just go forever, right?
Correct.
And that's the reason why on New Year, there's many warnings that people don't shoot the gun up in the air, because that bullet that gets shot up, even though they don't intend this, has to come down somewhere.
Correct.
So bullets shot in directions, they have to go somewhere. They don't just disappear.
Correct.
And so that's all I was saying. If somebody's on the south side claiming a suspect shot multiple rounds this way, multiple, not one, multiple rounds, we should see some defects over here.
Possibly.
I want to direct your attention, because I think the government asked you a little bit about where some shells were laid. Hold on 1 second, Ranger, I'm sorry. Before I move on to the shells where they were laying, but seeing defects on structures behind the example that I gave you would corroborate this individual's, in our example's, claim that they were shot at multiple times on the south side of the building.
If that were a bullet defect that you showed me, yes, that would that would lend credence
Not
to
that one particularly. I'm just saying, if, in my example before that, we talked about an individual making the claim that there were multiple shots at them. There should be, if there were defects in the structures behind that person, that would corroborate the person's claim that they were shot at multiple times.
If those defects were present, yes.
Yes, sir. Now, I want to direct your attention now to some pictures the government went over with you yesterday on the placement of those, of some outside shells. And when I say shells, that's the casing, right?
Yes.
So when a gun is fired, if it's a semi-automatic, it has to extract the shell once the bullet is.
Correct.
If I have a revolver, that's not going to happen.
Correct.
And a revolver involves a double action where you pull and it winds it up, and then the hammer comes down and hits the primer, and the bullet will go out.
Correct.
But there's not going to be an extraction of a shell because it's going to stay in the cylinder.
That's correct.
Nope.
And in the
You
old
got
days,
to
the Rangers
inject it
used to carry
yourself.
single sixes, right, where you have to pull it back every time and then shoot. It's a single action.
It's been a few years, but yes.
Well, yes, you don't look that old, trust me. But now a semi-automatic is where someone can pull the trigger repeatedly, and then it will continue to be fed in through the magazine. It's not a clip, it's a magazine, and the bullet will be sent out, and then the casing or the shell will be extracted.
Yes.
And every weapon has a different, well, depending on the manufacturer, a different extracting mechanism.
Yes.
Handguns extract their shells different than maybe a long rifle.
Yes.
And when I mean long rifle, what do we mean when you use the term long rifle?
A long rifle is usually just going to be a larger weapon. It's going to have a stock and a longer barrel on it.
Do we call a deer rifle a long rifle?
Yes.
But we also call an AR-15 or an AK-47 a long rifle as well.
Correct.
And so with a long rifle that's not a bolt action, which is a deer rifle, is a bolt action, right?
Correct. Well, some of them are, yes.
Some of them are, right? Some are semi-automatic these days.
Yes.
But when I was hunting younger, it's a bolt action where you shoot it and then you pull the bolt up, you enter another shell, another round in there, and then you can fire it.
Yes.
Okay. But an AR-15 is a semi-automatic.
Correct.
And so you can shoot that weapon as fast as you can move your finger.
Correct.
And so when you're doing that, casings are being extracted.
Correct.
May I stand up briefly, Judge?
Yes.
And so there's a difference if one of these officers or yourself is tactically holding the rifle in your armpit, if you're coming into a room, versus, and I'm not making light of this at all, the only thing I can think of is like a Rambo where you're holding it low, shooting.
Okay.
Okay, so if I'm coming in this way, and if I'm in the same position, I'll come up here so the jury can see. If I'm in the same position and I'm shooting, I'm only going low because in my head, I don't even like to pretend to point a weapon at somebody. So if I'm coming down and I'm shooting this way, it's going to extract the shells this way differently than if I was holding it perhaps Rambo style.
Generally speaking, on ejection of those cartridges,
Yes,
like that, I think there's a lot of variables that go into that. And I think there've been, my experience in training, there's been a lot of studies saying that, are they going to all be the same? No, they're not going to be the same.
Right. But what I'm saying is if I shoot from here and I do another round of firing from here, because of the distance of where I'm holding the weapon and the angle of where I'm holding the barrel or the muzzle, it's going to extract the casings perhaps in a different location.
Perhaps, but I think it'd be difficult for me to say
Okay.
accurately.
Well, I guess that's another point. It's just difficult for anyone to say accurately where shells are at. We have to look at the totality of the circumstances. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And that's a term of art in law enforcement. Is that a
Yes.
fair statement?
Definitely.
What does the totality of the circumstances mean? Can you explain that to jury?
So totality of the circumstances means that you just have to take everything into consideration. That there are going to be a ton of variables in any circumstance, and any of those variables could affect the outcome.
And what happens if we don't take everything into consideration when we're looking at a situation?
You could possibly miss evidence and get it wrong.
Yeah, and that's right. And so the goal is not to get it wrong. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay. And so now I want to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 112. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
And so this is the west side of Robb Elementary,
Yes.
and then this is the south side of Robb Elementary.
Correct.
And then we can see there's these AC units here, correct?
Yes.
And so if someone is behind the AC units and somebody was shooting from behind this board, those AC units would depending on how strong they are, either cover or concealment for sure.
It could be, yes.
Will you explain to the jury what the difference is between cover and concealment?
So cover and concealment, it's a term that we use whenever we're talking about basically trying to get out of the way of a bullet. If I had a sheetrock wall between me and someone who's shooting at me, that would be more cover, that would be more concealment rather than cover. Cover is if it were a brick wall, like a cinder block wall, something that a bullet couldn't pass through, that's good cover. A sheet rock wall, that's going to be concealment. I'm hidden, but that bullet can still go through that surface.
So the concealment is you're concealed, so it's harder for me to aim at you. Cover means you're protected.
Correct.
So if somebody was shooting here, and give me some hypotheticals,
okay,
then that person, if there was someone behind these AC units, I would have to stand out. That shooter would have to stand out over here into the grass to get a different angle and line of sight.
I think that's fair. Yes.
We explained to the jury what line of sight means.
Line of sight just basically means what you can see.
And so that's one of the. So you don't ever shoot at something you can't see if you're trying to safely shoot, correct?
Correct.
And so if there was someone behind these AC units, I would have to move out to the right of them, go further south to get line of sight on somebody on the other side.
That's accurate.
And if I was shooting, now hypothetical, if I was shooting at someone on the other side of those AC units, and I was discharging a semi-automatic, we would see these casings further south. Is that a fair statement?
Not necessarily. Again, there's going to be variables on where the person was standing, how the weapon was held.
Well, that's what I was asking you earlier, right?
Sure.
Okay. So let me make real specific. If I'm trying to shoot someone on the other side of these AC units, we've talked about that. I would need a better line of sight, so I would, in our hypothetical, would move south. Correct?
Correct.
In our hypothetical, if I moved south to shoot, what evidence? If you were trying to prove that I shot at that person, what evidence do you look for of me shooting at that person behind the AC units?
I mean, of course, cartridges, the ejected cartridges are going to tell the general area where someone is.
One step at a time. That's right. So that's my point. If I was further south, you would see ejected cartridges even more south.
Possibly, yes.
Quite possible. I mean, the wind can't, just so they understand, if I'm shooting a semi-automatic and the casings are coming out, even if it was windy, the wind is not going to blow the casings over to my left.
I've been in some crazy wind, but it would have to be.
Then you're from West Texas,
It
right?
would have to be a crazy wind.
Right. It have to be crazy wind, right?
Yes.
Okay. Crazy wind. Okay. So if I'm shooting over here, then we should see some cartridges to the right of me.
Possibly, yes.
Possibly. That's an answer, because you have to answer that way, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're not being difficult.
I'm not trying to.
And I know you're not. And so if these casings are here, then most possibly the shooter was over here to the left, more west.
I'd say that is possible.
Probably more possible.
It's
More
possible.
likely than not. Is that fair? More likely.
I would
than
say
not.
it's more likely that they're over there than over there.
Correct. And in your knowledge, there were no casings found further down south.
Not to my knowledge.
Further down south.
Oh.
My
I wanna jump in
John.
real quickly before I pass you to gunfire echo. You're familiar with gunfire echo, correct?
Yes.
That's the wrong song.
Gunfire
That's
echo?
Are you talking about in reference to how it comes off of?
Yes, sir. Exactly.
Get my name.
Depending on how many buildings are around or your particular surroundings, it is just an echo. It's just like if you yell, there's going to be an echo. If there's gunfire, there's going to be an echo for that as well.
And may I approach, Judge?
Yes, sir.
It'd be a different kind of fucking sound.
And we can see around Robb Elementary, there are buildings, including Robb Elementary, that could have had this gunfire echo. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
So if somebody is shooting on the west side of Robb Elementary, which we know happened, that most likely, possibly, would create gunfire echoes.
It could.
And do you know now in your investigation that there were 3 officers over here on the corner of Grove and Geraldine?
I'm not familiar with that.
If there were, in a hypothetical as an expert, and they claimed they were being shot at, we should see some evidence of them being shot at. Is that a fair statement?
Possibly if the bullets struck something.
Right. So if they're being shot at, there should be possible evidence of things being struck.
Possibly. Yes.
But even if they weren't being shot at, it's reasonable. They could have thought they were being shot at because of the echo.
I guess that's a possibility.
Possible. If somebody's on the south side of the building, in our earlier example, and let's say we don't see evidence that they were being shot at multiple times, it's possible they thought they were being shot at if somebody was shooting on the west side of the building.
That's possible.
Thank you very much, Ranger. Hold on, I'm not going to pass you yet. Hold on.
He thought he was dying.
But in general, echo can distort location of a shooter.
It can.
Thank you, sir. Pass the witness, Judge.
112, I think, is the last thing we talked about. From this exhibit, you were talking about line of fire. You were calling that testimony?
The line of sight. Yes.
Okay. From the foreground or the bottom of this photograph, Exhibit 112, is, do you see the two black police cars?
Yes.
And would you point those out? Here's your marker still here.
Your Honor, can I approach the screen?
Yes, sir.
There's going to be one right here, going to be one right here.
And is there a building behind that first
Yes.
vehicle that you pointed to?
Building right here behind this patrol car.
Is that in the line of sight?
Yes.
You're
And
not showing it.
to the right of that,
Person?
been described as a playground.
Over here,
Yes. Is that in the line of sight?
from this area?
Yes.
Yes.
So if you're holding a gun could be shot down that line of sight into the playground, into that building, or in the direction of where those two black police cars were.
Yes.
Thank you. That's the witness.
And in your investigation, you see right there, yes, sir. In your investigation, you had not heard of, you did not see yourself or collect any evidence of gunfire at the playground or at the pavilion.
Correct, I did not.
So there are no defects in the playground, there's no defects in the pavilion, correct?
That I don't know. I did not examine those. I didn't collect any evidence over there, but I didn't go over there to look.
But you've not even heard of any evidence being collected over there.
I have not.
Thank you, Ranger. Pass it with the judge.
Mr. Stern, what else?
No further questions, Judge.
Okay, see, subject to recall, either side.
Not asked.
No, Judge.
Okay, Ranger, you are excused. The rule has been invoked, so please don't discuss the case until you're aware it's over.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Your next one.
Ranger Torres. This is the main packet of photographs. I don't know if you want to hear it.
How many of them?
It's a couple hundred, Judge.
And they haven't- So let's take your morning break. Early. Take 15 minutes, and I'm going to ask the defense to start looking at those right now. Would everyone rise for the jury, please? Let's go ahead and swear you in, if you would. You solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given this cause will be the truth self you got. They're going to let them look at all the photographs, and then we'll get you on the stand in a few minutes, all right? Thank you. You're welcome to sit there or sit out in the gallery.
Okay, well, we can just skip right over that. I don't know. He looks like he'd be a fun grandpa. He kind of just like his little smirks and everything remind me of my dad. How funny is that? What's up, DJ? How are you? How goes it? Mm-hmm. Mike Jones, Mike Jones. Doo, doo. Should be starting in time here. There we go. I think maybe here we go. I don't know.
We appreciate you understanding that. Please don't hold it against either side. So with that, this witness has been sworn outside your presence, so you may proceed when you're ready.
Would you state your name, please?
Juan Torres.
And Mr. Torres, what do you do for a living?
I am retired. Currently, I work for the State Department, and I work in Honduras right now.
You work for the State Department in Honduras.
Yes.
And when did you retire?
I retired in April of 2024.
What did you do before you retired?
I was my last 11 years I was a Texas Ranger.
And before you were a Texas Ranger, what did you do?
Well, in 1995, I started the academy. I was a state trooper for
Okay,
8 years.
Hood, thank you.
I then went to become a Highway Patrol
Hope
sergeant.
you like,
in
share
El Paso
live.
for 5 years.
Thank
I'm sorry, I
you.
didn't hear. What was that?
I was a Highway Patrol sergeant
Highway Patrol.
in El Paso for 5 years. I worked narcotics for about 5 years, and then I finished my career as a Texas Ranger the last 11 years.
And what did you do as a Texas Ranger? Did you have specific assignments?
I was a black 3D scanner. I was a firearms instructor. I attended the National Forensics Academy in Tennessee for 10 weeks in 2016. I was a crime scene instructor as well.
And so as a result of that, did you also work crime scenes?
I worked many crime scenes. Yes.
And have you worked mass shooting crime scenes?
I've worked 4 mass shooting crime scenes.
And what 4 were those?
Southern Springs in 2016, the Walmart shooting in El Paso in 2019, the Odessa mass shooting in 2019, and Uvalde.
Those are the 4 that you've worked.
Yes.
So mass shootings have become part of law enforcement.
I'm just going to object to any mention of any other shootings or anything like that. Continuing on this line of question.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
And you did work the Uvalde
Yes, I did.
crime scene, is that correct?
Yes.
And when did you arrive?
I arrived on the 24th.
Yeah, what does it matter what other crime
And then
scenes you
the
see
25th,
that?
a little after 7 in the morning, is when we had our briefing and started
It
working.
only matter what
And,
he did at
during the
this
briefing, did you
point.
get an assignment?
I was assigned to be the photographer
And the photographer where?
for room 111.
Did the crime scene units break up into different teams?
Yes, so like I know 112 had a different team, the hallway had a different team. Once I got assigned to room 111, I stayed there and I basically just stayed in my lane.
Okay, so basically you were in room 111.
Yes.
And would you give us a general description of room 111?
When we got there, the room was in disarray. There was some markings in the room.
You can tell he's
There was a lot of shell casings.
you could tell he's affected by it. You could tell he's a little bit affected by it. Yeah, he's starting to stutter in his voice and everything. Oh, I wouldn't want to be fucking having to process that fucking that classroom, those classrooms. Fuck. Those poor kids, man.
There was a lot of blood, a lot of blood swipes, and the weapon was in the closet.
Okay. And did you photograph the weapon of the gunman?
Yes, I did.
And as to the cartridge casings, did you photograph the cartridge casings?
Yes, I did.
And so shots were being fired inside room 111?
Yes, there was.
And were there results of those shots in the room also?
Yes.
And are casings implanted within that blood?
Yes.
So some of the photographs we see of casings, that's where you saw them,
Yes.
and that's where you picked them up.
Yes.
As part of a crime scene, do you also document then the pathways, if you can, of the bullet?
Yes.
And did you do that?
I assisted with that part.
You took photographs of that too?
Yes.
And does that include those rods showing the directionality?
Yes, they are.
In addition to casings, was there anything, casings and a weapon, was there any other part of a weapon that you recovered there in room 111?
There was bullet fragments, bullets, unspent cartridge cases, and a Hellfire that's attached to the weapon.
The Hellfire trigger system?
Yes.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a little bit. What kind of weapon was it?
It was a down defense M4.
And are you familiar with that weapon?
It's the same weapon that the department carries.
The department carries the same weapon?
Yes.
And is it an automatic, semi-automatic, or is it a revolver type weapon that maintains the casings?
It's a semi-automatic.
And so when it is fired, does it eject casings?
Yes, it is.
And is that what you were recovering out there?
Yes, we were.
And how is the ammunition fed into the weapon?
Through a magazine.
Did you recover magazines at the scene?
Yes, we did.
And were they full or empty?
Some were full, some were empty, some were damaged.
Okay. And what was the size of the magazines? How much would they hold?
I believe they hold 30 rounds
Each
one.
And have you had a chance to review exhibits 317 through 486 before coming here today?
Yes.
And are each of those exhibits fair and accurate representations of the crime scene as you saw it?
Yes, they are.
And is it fair to say that because the casings, they're in blood also? Is that correct?
Yes, they are.
That'd have been tough,
Can we
man.
explain it now, Your Honor? Those exhibits to the jury.
Yeah, Your Honor, I have something I'd like to approach on with that.
Okay.
This is crazy.
Thank you for your patience. Turning to exhibit 319. Excuse me, exhibit 317. Could you tell us what room that you work on at Robb Elementary?
Yes, sir.
It's the room 111.
And would you point that out again so that we can all see that? So would that be on the east side of the fourth grade wing?
Yes, it would.
And so the west side of the fourth grade wing,
Yes.
if there's been testimony of people being evacuated from the west side
of that wing, that would be on the opposite side of room 111,
Yes, it would.
where you found this room with all of the cartridges in the blood. Is that
Yes,
correct?
correct.
And Stacy did it 318. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
Is the outside of the east wing? And
So it's starting to show us the outside of the east wing. And is there a hot patrol car in that photograph?
yes, there is.
Would you point that out for us? And Stacy exhibit 319, does that move down to east wing?
No, I just like to, I mean, you pointed out a white patrol car, that was not my client's, it's not pages. I think that has a tendency to make them believe, make the jury believe that it's my client. I think you should explain that patrol car.
It will be explained in full, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll overrule the objection at this time. You can proceed.
And Stacy exhibit 319,
Yes.
excuse me, would you go back to 319? Can you see a defect in a window in exhibit 319?
Yes.
Would you point that out to the jury? And Stacy exhibit 320. Does that close in on that defect?
Yes.
And exhibit 321. Thank you. You can have a seat. Would you tell the jury whether or not that was that defect in that window, whether or not that defect was part of room 111?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so one shot came through the window on the east side of the building.
Yes.
And then did you, I want to orient the jury as to room 11, so let's move to exhibit 322. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
That's the front door to room 111.
And what condition did you find it in?
Had bullet holes and bullet holes to the window. There was one bullet hole to the door, and another indentation to the door.
And State's exhibit 323. Does that also show that it's classroom 111 in a close-up of the damage done to the?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And then as we open the door and start our way inside, would you describe what we see in exhibit 325?
That's the inside. That's the inside of the room 111. Doors closed. You can see bloody drag marks going out of room 111.
And is there a piece of either weaponry or ammunition in that exhibit?
Yes. There's a magazine and a few shell casings.
Okay. And are the shell casings marked?
Yes, they are.
How are they marked?
They're marked with yellow arrows and orange arrows.
Okay. Could you tell us then how you went about, what were the steps you took in processing this crime scene?
Initially, we went in as a team. Our team leader gave us a brief of the room. We tried to identify as many defects, as much evidence as we could identify before we started marking or anything else. Then I went in by myself and started doing overall pictures on the entire room.
And the small yellow markers, is that the only markers that y'all had for recovering the cartridges?
Yes.
Okay. Did you thereafter use orange tints, bigger markers?
When we got there, we started using orange markers and orange tints.
Okay. Thank you. State exhibit 326, does this kind of start a rotation look around the room?
Yes, it does.
Give us an idea of the entire picture. So exhibit 326, could you tell us what we're looking at?
It's a bookshelf. The same magazine is in the same picture. There's yellow markings identifying bullets or spent cartridge cases.
And State's exhibit 327.
Again, there's a bookshelf with yellow markers marking spent shell casings along with blood.
And exhibit 329.
That's a easel board that's been damaged. There's bullet defects in the easel board.
And does that show continuation down that wall, the left wall, if you walk into the
Yes, it does.
room? And is there a doorway in that photograph?
There's a partial doorway in that photograph. Yes, there is.
And tell us about that doorway.
That's the closet where the gunman was killed.
And is that on the right-hand side?
It's on the right-hand side.
And on the left-hand side, was there a connecting doorway between 111 and 112?
Yes, there is. That's the door between the wall that would connect 111 and 112.
So you can move from 111 to 112 if the doorway is open.
Correct.
And is that shown on the left-hand side of the photograph?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 331. Excuse me, 330.
Is this a continuation down now the second wall?
Yes, it is.
And what do we see there?
We have the sink. We have the closet where the gunman was found deceased. The weapon is in the background. There
Did you
are
point
two.
out the weapon, where the weapon was?
Oh, it's right here.
And were you there when the gunman was there?
No, I was not.
Okay, so you can't tell us where the gunman was in relationship to the weapon.
No, I cannot.
Thank you. Exhibit 331.
Again, it's a continuation of the room. There's a desk, bunch of papers, a wall, and there's a flat screen TV that's been shot as well.
Excuse me, you said two things have been shot?
The wall's been shot, and the television, the flat screen television, has been shot in that picture as well.
Okay. And showing you exhibit 334.
So now I'm in the other corner of the room and just taking an overall photograph. There's sunglasses. There's one magazine that I can see, and some markers in there at the bottom where the shell casings are found as well.
And earlier in your presentation, you told us about one of the windows was penetrated.
Yes,
Is that the window on the right-hand side?
yes, it is.
Exhibit 335. Could you describe that for us?
That's a continuation of the same room, same wall, to the other wall. Again, it shows the television, the desks are in array, and the beginning of the whiteboard on the other wall.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the absence of blood along this western wall of room 111?
Yes, it is.
And exhibit 336.
That's the whiteboard on that wall. You can see the chairs are thrown around, back on top of the desk.
And is there still an absence of blood along this side of the wall?
Correct. There's an absence of blood.
But now as we head to the corner of that room, does the scene change as far as the presence of blood?
It changes dramatically.
And how would you describe that?
A lot of bullet holes, a lot of shell casings covered in blood, a lot of bullet defects, perforations, penetrations, and just a lot of blood.
And that's what we're about to see now.
Yes, we are.
Showing you State's exhibit 337. Could you describe what we're seeing here?
Again, that's that whiteboard on that wall. There's a basketball, a lot of shoe impressions. There's a tennis shoe covered in blood. You can start seeing the yellow markers that have already been put in place there for the Smith shell casings, and you can see the drag marks.
Okay, well, the children were all removed before you took any photographs, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that indications of the children being removed?
Yes, it is.
And exhibit 341, does it show an overall picture then of the hallway? Excuse me, 342.
Yes, it does.
Of this, of the corner.
Yes.
And is this the corner farthest from the windows as well as farthest from the door?
Yes, it is.
And is that where the preponderance of the blood was recovered?
Yes, it was.
So in your State's exhibit 343. Are there, do you see blood there both on the floor as well as on the wall?
Yes, I do.
Would you point it out on the wall, please?
Blood spatter right here, along right here, and blood spatter right here.
And what is the structure that we're looking at that is in front of that wall?
That's the desk that the children were told to hide underneath, and they should stay quiet.
Okay. So that's a desk all along that
All
wall?
along the wall. Yes, it is.
Thank you. Exhibit 344.
That's a continuing desk. It's a copy machine.
And are we now about to make the complete 360 rotation of the room?
360. That's the entry door on the right.
And once again, exhibit 345, that would be the entry door.
Correct.
345?
Yes, that's the entry door.
Thank you. Now, one of the things that you determined not only is picking up cartridges, did you also were you able to determine the flight path of the path of the bullets after they left the gun?
Yes, I assisted with that,
Okay, and you photographed that.
and I photographed that as well.
And I want to direct your attention specifically to that far left corner that we just talked about, away from the door, away from the glass.
Yes.
State's exhibit 351. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is where we're trying to mark the bullet defects and any corresponding bullet defects as well.
And how did you mark the bullet defects?
I didn't mark them, and I don't remember who marked them, but I know they're marked RBD and such number.
I guess I'm just asking what indicates on that photograph that there are markings for bullet defects?
The white stickers.
The white stickers?
Yes.
Each one marks a bullet defect?
Yes, it does.
Whether a full
or partial.
bullet or a piece?
Or a piece, correct.
In addition to the wall, are there any bullet defects on that table or the decks that ran along that hallway wall?
There's any bullet defects on the table, bullet defects on the poles that are holding up the table and the side, the walls. There's bullet defects everywhere.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 352. What are we looking at here?
This is where we started placing the rods into the bullet defects and also into the corresponding bullet defects.
And so that shows where the bullets entered the desk covering
the children.
That wall?
Yes.
And the children. State's Exhibit 355. That's what we're looking at here.
It's the same thing. So you have you get your rods going against that wall, and then also down where the desk is, and behind the wall, behind the desk is the wall.
So some shots penetrated the desk and then went in a downward angle.
In a downward angle, correct.
And on the wall, do you likewise have rods?
Yes, we do.
And do those also show directionality?
Yes.
And as to the rods on the left, could you explain those to us also?
So that's just the rod showing where, in the general area where the shooter was standing, because those rods going from right to left, and then the rods going into the desk and behind the wall are going from top down.
Top down.
So different angles.
So was the gun in a different position when those pathways were fired?
That's all effective vague speculation. I'm not really sure what he means by different position. I don't know if this witness has to.
All right, you'll rephrase it, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you. You talked about these rods.
Yes.
And what did the rods describe?
It describes the position where the shooter was standing.
Okay. And so if we follow the rod up for some time, we can find the position of the shooter.
Yes.
And are those rods all consistent with the shooter standing in the same position to fire the shots that left those rod impressions?
Yes, they are.
In the same position?
As he's moving around.
Oh, as he's moving around.
Correct.
I guess what I'm saying is, are the rods to the left-hand side of the photograph, is the position of the gun in a different position than when it is shooting?
Yeah, correct. Yes, they are.
Sorry, didn't make a very good question there. And Exhibit 356. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
Again, the same bullet defects starting from the top to the bottom. And so the bullets defects on top of the table down to the bottom of the wall. We didn't notice this before until afterwards, but the rod that's pointing down actually fell, and nobody caught it until afterwards when we were reviewing the pictures as well.
So that's not an accurate depiction of the pathway of the bullet?
Not that rod.
Okay. But nonetheless, as well as the rods, does that also accurately show the blood spatter on the wall behind and underneath that desk?
Yes, it does.
State's Exhibit 357.
Again, so that the rods going top left down, and the same rod has still not been corrected.
Okay. And then at the very top of that photograph, what do we see there?
On the top left, there's a LOL.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm sorry. I'm talking about the top rod, the pink rod.
Yes.
Sound. Hello, sound. Volume, volume. Am I tripping?
A spin shell location with the L scale.
That a weapon was fired other than the long. 397. No. 392, what does that show us? They said I said 350. I go from 382 to 383. Could you describe?
Okay, it should come up right after this. Mhm. Hurry up. Do.
They said I said 350. I go from 382 to 383. Could you describe that?
It's marker number 16 with the spin shell casing.
Okay. And the next exhibit?
Marker number 16 with the spin shell casing.
It's a close-up. Huh?
With a close-up, yes.
And 385.
That's an overall. So we have 22, 17, 18, 19, and they are going to be spin shell casings as well.
And then do you close in and pick up each one of those exhibits individually?
Yes.
And our next exhibit? Marker 17.
That's number 17 with an L scale, yes.
And marker 18, exhibit 386.
A spin shell casing with the L scale.
Exhibit 387.
Be marker 19, spin shell casing with an L shell.
Oh, where's
Exhibit
my
388.
It's going to be number 21 and 20, spin shell casings.
And isn't that in a different location altogether in the room?
Yes, that's going to be towards the back wall where the whiteboard is.
Where all the blackboard was?
Yes.
Thank you. And exhibit 389.
That's a spin shell casing with the scale as well.
390
A spin shell casing with the L scale.
and 391.
That's an overall of 4 markers with spin shell casings.
Okay. And marker number 22. Next one, please.
That's a spin shell casing with a L scale. Mark is number 22.
Exhibit. I think I got these out of order. No. 392. What does that show us?
It's number 23.
And exhibit number 393.
Again, number 23, but that's a live unfired cartridge.
Exhibit 395.
It's number 24 with the spin shell casing with the L scale.
Exhibit 396.
Number 25 with the spin shell casing and the L scale.
397.
That's a spin shell casing.
Is it
It's a
a
different-
different shell casing?
Yes, it is.
Tell us the difference.
That's from a pistol. That's going to be from a semi-automatic pistol.
From a pistol?
Yes.
Did you recover any pistol on or about the gunman?
No.
Is this also the room that law enforcement eventually breached?
Yes, it is.
And did they carry with them their own weapons?
Yes, they did.
Is this an indication that a weapon was fired other than the long rifle that the gunman had?
Correct.
And how would you characterize the weapon that fired this?
I don't know exactly what weapon they fired, but I know it's going to be a semi-automatic pistol.
A pistol, a
Yes.
handgun as opposed to a rifle?
Correct.
And exhibit 398.
It's a spin shell casing with the L scale.
399.
A spin shell casing with the L scale.
And 400.
Another spin shell casing and dry blood with the L scale.
Exhibit 401,
Spent shell casing and blood as well.
Exhibit 402,
It's another spent shell casing with L scale and blood.
and does Exhibit 403 show general locations of the next exhibits?
Yes, it does.
Exhibit 404,
More spent cartridge casings as well.
excuse me, I have this as Exhibit 403. Make a note.
So 32 and 35 are shell casings as well.
And Exhibit 404? Could you tell us what that is?
That's a spent shell casing with L scale.
And Exhibit 405?
Another spent shell casing in blood with the L scale.
Exhibit 406?
A spent shell casing with the L scale.
And 47? 407, excuse me.
That's in,
406 and 407.
there's a spent shell casing with L scale, and there's another casing on top.
And that was 33.
Probably.
Exhibit 408?
A spent shell casing, 2 spent shell casings, 3. There's 4 shell casings there.
4 shell
4.
casings there?
Yes.
And 409?
There's 2 spent shell casings in blood with the L scale.
410?
So overall of the markers with spent shell casings as well.
And this is just north of that hallway wall
Yes.
toward the center of the room?
Yes.
411?
It's a spent shell casing with an L scale.
412?
That's another spent shell casing with the L scale.
Number 413?
That's 2 spent shell casings with the L scale.
414?
There's 3 spent shell casings in there with an L scale as well.
415?
There's 3 rifle shell casings and 1 pistol shell casing with L scale.
And would you point out the pistol shell casing? Indicating the pistol was fired now twice in that room?
Yes.
Thank you. Exhibit 416
That spent pistol shell casing.
that you just described?
Yes.
Exhibit 417?
2 spent rifle shell casings with L scale and blood.
And when you say spent shell casings?
They've been fired.
Just to be clear, that a gun has gone off, powder burn, causing an explosion, making sound.
Correct.
For each one of these cases?
For each one that's been, yes, it's been fired.
Exhibit 418?
Shell casings on top of the desk, marked 34 and 43.
And 419?
The spent shell casing in the box lid.
And 420?
More spent shell casings around the drag marks.
And exhibit 421?
More spent
I'm
rifle
still
shell
here.
casings with L scale.
Exhibit 422?
5 spent shell casings with an L scale.
423?
The spent shell casing with the L scale.
424, 5?
A spent shell casing with blood and the L scale. 2 spent shell casings.
And 426?
A spent shell casing with L scale.
427?
Spent shell casing with L scale.
And 428? Excuse me,
More spent shell casings with L scale.
I'm now on 429. What are we looking at here?
The 3 spent shell casings with an L scale and blood.
Okay, I think we're getting off on our presentation. That would be 430 each. That's 430. Okay. So 430 is 3 spent shell casings,
Correct.
and exhibit 431.
Expense shell casing.
Could you point that out for us? Okay. And did you zero in on that exhibit 432?
I believe so. Yes, I did.
And exhibit 433?
Multiple spent shell casings.
So at some point, your marker started marking more than one spell casing, is that
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
Exhibit 434. Would you describe what we see here?
So there's a ruffle bag covered in blood, a spent shell casing with the L scale, and another spent shell casing on top that also has blood.
And exhibit 435.
A magazine right next to right below the rifle.
The rifle's at the top of that.
Yes.
And the next exhibit? I have that as 435.
It's a spent cartridge casing, rifle shell that has an L scale as well.
436. What are we looking at here?
Under the desk, under the chair, right next to the, I guess the arm of the chair, there's another spent shell casing marked as 55.
And 437. Excuse me, 439.
A spent rifle shell casing on the top of the desk.
And now 439.
That's the copy machine.
And on
And
top of
there's
the copy machine, is there a basket?
On top of the basket, yes, there's one of that's on top, but there's also spent shell casing in the I guess drawer.
And for the record, that was exhibit 440. And 439.
The spent shell casing inside the basket.
And 441.
That's where I try to mark the spent shell casing inside the cabinet.
And did you zero in on that?
Yes, I did.
442
To the top left corner of the 58.
and 443.
It shows the back of the cartridge where the primer struck where the
And you then change locations to the television.
yes.
Showing you the next exhibit for, I had it as 443. Tell us what we're looking at here.
I can't see. I'm not sure if it's a bullet fragment or what it is next to number 59.
It's obvious, there's obviously not a share case in that. Is that
Correct. There's nothing.
So exhibit 444. Close up of that 59 marker.
That's a bullet fragment with an L scale.
And exhibit 445. What does that show us?
Marker 60 and 50, and from this distance I can't.
So we now moved into collecting fragments
Correct.
in general.
In general.
So exhibit 446.
That's a bullet fragment with an L scale.
And before I get away from casings, let me ask you, your job is just to photograph, is that correct?
Correct.
But were all of those casings gathered
Yes, they were.
and evaluated and analyzed as to which shots belong to the gunman's versus law enforcement?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
But that was not done by you.
No, it's not. No.
Thank you. Exhibit 446. Excuse me, I guess that's 447. What are we looking at
It's
here?
a bullet hole through the window.
And is that the same bullet hole that we saw at the very beginning of your presentation?
Yes.
448. What are we looking at here?
That's a, so you can see the torn rope for the blinds, and you also see a bullet impact.
Into the blind.
Into the blind. Yes.
Thank you. 449.
It's
What do we
another
see here?
bullet impact. You can see where the string was also struck by the bullet as well.
And exhibit 450.
That's another bullet impact
To the blind.
to the blind. Correct.
Exhibit 451.
A scale with the bullet impact,
And 452.
a bullet fragment.
And where is it in relationship to those blinds you've just been describing?
It's at the bottom of the blinds.
453.
More bullet fragments. And
Mark
blood.
62.
Marked at 62. Yes.
454. Could you describe what we're looking at there?
That was a pool of blood. I see markers 28, 29, 27, and they're moving items out of the way so we can continue our search.
And underneath that sack, does it appear to be another cartridge casing?
Yes, there is.
State's Exhibit 455,
Three spent cartridge casings.
marked as 63.
Correct.
456,
Spent cartridge casing by number 64.
457,
More of a close-up of a spent steel casing marked 64.
458,
Number 65 in the middle with the bloody tennis shoe in that picture with blood.
and 459,
A bullet fragment with an L scale.
and that's marked as 65.
That's 65.
460,
Number 66 with a spent cartridge casing.
461,
A close-up of number 66 with a spent shell casing and a L scale.
462,
A spent shell casing marked number 67.
463,
A spent shell casing marked 68.
469, or 464. 64. The previous was 463, it's 464.
I see the marker. Until I zoom in, I won't be able to tell what we're looking at.
Okay, let's look at the next one, 465.
It's a bullet fragment. It's marked 69.
And Exhibit 466.
It's a close-up of the bullet fragment.
467. Could you tell us what that is? Above the marker 70.
The spent shell casing in the seat.
And Exhibit 468, is that a close-up of that?
Yes, it is.
469.
Overall of the closet after we started taking everything out and we left the markers there.
So Exhibit 470.
A bullet fragment marked 75.
471.
I can see bullet marker 76 and 77.
And Exhibit 472, does that close up on that?
Yes, there's a backpack with the water bottle inside.
And Exhibit 473 next to the backpack.
A spent shell casing.
And 474.
A spent shell casing inside the pocket of the backpack.
Exhibit 475.
Bullet fragments marked as 78.
476.
And overall, of where we removed the copy machine, there's marked 79 and 80.
And does it also show 79 and 80?
Yes.
Exhibit 477.
A spent shell casing found behind that marker.
478.
It's a box with a spent shell casing inside number 81.
And 479.
Bullet fragments. The bullet fragment from 81.
480. Is that just a marker that shows
That's
a
a marker right now
fragment?
with a fragment problem.
481.
It's another marker with fragments.
And behind number 83, what appears to be, what are those objects behind 83?
It's like an orange, two orange cups, that are like upside down, and there's a bullet impact right there.
Showing you Exhibit 482.
That's the bullet impact with the shell casing and bullet fragment.
Exhibit 483.
Another spent shell casing marked 84.
484.
Where I zoomed in on that spent shell casing.
And 485. Excuse me, I'm going to stop at 484. Back up. How long did it take for y'all to process this crime scene?
I was there for 3 days. I was sent back to El Paso, and the rest of the guys stayed there for, I'm assuming, another week is what I think I remember.
And you said something about a Hellfire trigger system.
Yes.
Was it recovered during your photography?
No, it was not.
Was it, did y'all, after taking the photographs, did y'all review the photographs before leaving the crime scene completely?
Yes, and so Ranger Brian Burney was reading my photographs, and in my overall photographs is where he saw the Hellfire trigger system, and that's how we knew, or that's how they knew to go to that grid in order to recover it.
And so did y'all go back in to recover the Hellfire trigger system?
Yes.
And in general terms, do you know what a Hellfire trigger system is?
It's an attachment that turns your semi-automatic weapon into a full automatic weapon.
It fires much faster.
Much faster.
With that trigger system on.
Correct.
That's what it is.
I have a bit, but I think Craig's probably done.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go and take our lunch recess. Let's do 1:45 again, 1:45. See you back. Everyone let the jury get out so they can get their lunch. Would everyone rise for the jury? Rancher, the rules been invoked. No, don't discuss this with anybody other than the lawyers.
Okay, let's fast forward this. Do.
Okay, please be seated in the court. Members of the jury, we have passed the witness for cross-examination before our lunch break, so you may proceed when ready, Mr. Goss.
Thank you, Judge. My name's Jason Goss. I know that you were a ranger and you retired, you said a while ago, a little bit ago.
In 24.
So now you work for the State Department over in Honduras.
Yes.
Okay, so the only thing I don't know necessarily is I would normally call you Ranger, but it sounds like that's not your title. Do you have a different title that I could call you?
No, sir.
So Mr. Torres?
I'll work.
Okay, thank you. Steve, I kind of want to start where Mr. Turner left off, which was, and I'm not going too far in depth with this Hellfire trigger or this Hellfire system for the gun, but I do kind of want to explain because I think a lot of people would assume that if you have something on the gun that modifies it, as you said, that allows, for the gun to fire more rounds than each pull of the trigger, right? That's what the Hellfire is supposed to do.
Correct.
Fire more rounds out of the gun faster than even a human can pull the trigger. Make it more like an automatic.
Correct.
Okay, so I think a lot of people would assume that would be a part of the gun. Do you know what I mean? And so why would it be found in a separate location? Do you know what the mechanics of that is?
I know you put it behind the trigger, and as long as you press it the correct way, it'll just make the trigger bounce faster and fire like an automatic weapon.
Got it. So it sounds like what you're saying is this is kind of something that, like a scope or like something else that's added to the gun, but not necessarily affixed to it. It can be taken on and off easily. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's something that presumably he would have been able to buy at any firearm shop is it illegal or is it legal as far as you know?
It's legal.
It's legal. So, and as you probably know, modifications like that allow people and monsters really like him to do the kind of things that he did, shoot a lot of rounds in a small amount of time.
Yes, sir.
Now I want to talk about I want to kind of go to the, I guess 319, 320, and 321. Could I get those put up? 319 through 321. Thank you. Oh yeah, see the exhibits. Where are the exhibits?
Right down the corner.
All of these? I could tell you there. I'm looking for the pictures of all that was in one letter that was going to, I guess, go out. Thank you. And yeah, Mr. Torres, I have to do that because they have all the exhibits here, but they have them in a PowerPoint here, and I don't have them in a PowerPoint the way that they do. So I'll ask them to help me out on that. So looking at, I think this is 319. We talked about this being the, I guess, the east side of the building. Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Did you take that photograph?
No, I did not.
Okay. Which is fine. Were you ever outside the building?
No.
Okay. I'm not necessarily going to ask you about that, but you are, I guess, familiar with the east and the west side of the building.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the west side of the building. The northwest side is where the shooter entered. The south side, there's an entrance there, right? And so if you were looking at that picture, we would be looking at this side of the building, the east side, right?
Correct.
That I'm pointing at. Now, there are, on this diagram, this is State's Exhibit 3. I'm sorry, 1. Is it 1 for demonstrative? Okay, there's 1. State's Exhibit 1. So these would be 111 and 112, the two classrooms where the shooter entered and was firing weapons. Now, you didn't process 112 at all.
No.
And so 111, if we're looking at this would be on the, of these two X's. Can you see these two X's?
Yes.
Okay. It would be the one on the right.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the window that we're looking at, you talked about how you saw a defect that appeared to you as if it was fired inside and out. Did you say that? From inside the roof to outside. Not somebody firing from outside of the building into room 111.
Are you talking about the bottom picture?
Yeah, can we go to, I guess, the next picture up in the exhibit? We get a look, I'm sorry, down, the next picture down, the next one where I think it's 1, and then can we go to the next one? That one. That window and that defect. Did you see the defect inside? Did you?
The bullet hole?
Yeah, the bullet
Yes.
hole. Yeah,
Yes.
bullet hole in the window.
Yes.
Right. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
You saw that bullet hole from inside.
Yes.
And you felt like the bullet was going from in the room to out of the room. Or do you not know?
I don't know.
Okay.
No.
Did you, as any part of the investigation, because I know that, because the time you were a ranger, and the rangers were all over the place, you would agree?
Yes.
And we've heard from, I think you're maybe the 6th ranger that we've heard from. You guys were, over the course of days, you guys were collecting evidence, photographing evidence, doing all those things to process this scene, right?
Correct.
And at the end of all of this, a lot of your findings went into a pretty large, kind of comprehensive report about what happened.
Correct.
And did you read that report?
No, sir.
You never read the report?
No.
Did you read your own report?
Yes.
Because you wrote it?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as, I guess, anything that you know about this case, was there ever any evidence that you heard of anybody on this side of the building firing into 111?
I didn't get that brief. We were just briefed with room 111.
Sure, I understand. But are you completely, like, other than what you saw in room 111, you don't know anything else, any other facts about this case?
No.
Well, let me ask you about that, because when we talked about 111, you kept saying that was the closet the shooter was in.
Yes.
But the shooter wasn't there when you got there.
No, sir.
Okay. So you would have had to know by some other information other than you looking at 111 that was the closet that the shooter was in.
Correct.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. Do you have any other information other than what you saw in 111 about this case?
We got the brief on room 111, and that's the only brief I got. So that's how I found out that the shooter was in the closet.
I understand.
But
But part of the brief on 111 is the brief would be that we believe that bullet hole went from in the room and out rather than out the room and in. Because that bullet hole is a part of 111. You agree with that?
Correct.
So you got a brief on 111.
Yes.
And the part of the brief was that we believe that it was a shooter shooting out of that window, not a shooter shooting inside that window.
No, sir.
Okay,
That was not part of the brief.
Okay, nobody told you about that?
No.
Did you, well, let's just assume that. Let's assume it's going from inside the classroom to out, right? Because if you would agree, if there was no other evidence that anyone ever fired any kind of rounds over here, which there would be if they fired rounds from that little courtyard area into that classroom, there would be shell casings and things like that, right?
Correct.
So there's no other evidence of that, but we have tons of evidence that there was firing inside that room, obviously. Let's assume that it's from inside the room and out, okay?
Okay.
Now, when you're doing like a ballistics, right? So I say ballistics, but it's really like trajectory rods.
Yes.
You've been trained how to do that.
Yes.
Were you the one that put these trajectory rods in there on this thing?
No,
Or did you just photograph?
I just photographed.
In other scenes, have you been the one to do the rods and somebody else photographs it?
Yes.
Okay, so you're aware of how that works. You're aware that a lot of times, not all the time, but a lot of times you would need kind of 2 points.
Yes.
Because if you get those 2 points, you can tell that it went from this point to this point, and that gives you a trajectory.
Correct.
Right. Sometimes you don't have 2 points, but the way it fits in, we kind of heard the way it fits in can tell you something about it, maybe.
Yes.
But it's a little less accurate because you never can tell if it fit in like this a little bit or like this a little bit. You know what I mean? You can't tell with the angle unless it's just a completely tight fit. You agree with that?
Correct.
If it's just a loose hole, you don't know which way that the rod went unless you have another one to connect it.
Unless you have another impact.
Right,
Yes.
another impact. And so maybe I'm not explaining as good, but I think you are. So we have 1 point, we have 2 points. In addition to the rods, have you ever used any kind of laser? To take a laser, put it through a hole like that, and then see if it lines up with any defect on the outside or somewhere else?
Correct.
You've done that before?
Yes.
So you're familiar with it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do it on this?
No.
So if you didn't do it and you had the 111 brief, do you know if it was done by anybody?
No, I don't.
Right. And what I mean by that is, for instance, you got a bullet hole in this room. You get a defect on this building. Could you, if you had wanted to, or somebody had asked you to, or somebody else there, take that laser system, shine it out of that hole and see if it would have matched up with that?
Yes.
Right. Or see if it didn't.
Correct.
Because you can shine it through and go, no, I mean, the laser, because the reason we use lasers is because lasers follow the path like a bullet does.
Correct.
Bullets tend to, unless they hit something, they fly straight and go down eventually when gravity ends up taking over.
Yes.
Right. So a laser can tell you, oh, that could work. That one wouldn't work. That's impossible. That's possible, or that's possible, or that's probable, or that's impossible. They can tell you those things.
Yes.
Okay. And those lasers have pretty good range on them. If they're powerful enough that they can kind of span distances. I mean, not infinite, but they can go pretty far.
Yes.
And I guess what you would see, like if I shine it right now, I mean, most of us all have seen this, but if I shine it right now, there'd be a dot on that wall up there.
Correct.
And what you'd be trying to do with that laser is kind of line it in with the hole like a rod and see like, where's the laser?
Yes.
Again, it's not the exact same as having maybe the rods connected, but sometimes the distances are too far. You can't just build rods forever. If the distances are far, the laser's important.
Yes.
Okay. And that could be done with, if there were, I mean, kind of any time that you have a defect and then another defect that's a distance away, the laser can be used in order to see, either rule it out or say, yeah, it's possible that this is the round that caused that defect.
Correct.
Wow. It's hard to make any commentary when you can't see nothing. But he's the guy that processed 112 and not 111.
Okay, so you talked about, so I want to get a little bit more information about the closet. We'll go to 322. Your Honor, I'd just like to note, please, that I may be going through some of these photographs that I've objected to based upon the fact that they were gruesome and based upon the fact that they were unnecessary. But because the court has allowed it, I just want to put on the record that I'm going through it, but I'm not waiving the objection, so that it doesn't appear that I've waived it.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, so the we're looking at, I think it's 322. Your Honor, may I approach the mouse or the
Yes, sir.
television? Thank you. So we're looking at 322, and this is the door. This is the door to 111. All right.
Yes.
So this would be the like the outside door.
Correct.
Right. This would be the door that that the students and then eventually the shooter would enter into.
Correct.
So right here on that door, that would be what looks like a door handle with an exterior lock, or a lock that you can lock and unlock with a key.
Yes.
All right. Did you, when you were processing, try to lock that door?
I believe we did.
Okay. And were you able to lock it?
I don't remember. I think since I wasn't messing with the door, and I was just taking photos. Out.
If you don't,
I don't know.
feel comfortable saying, that's okay. I don't want you to say anything you don't feel confident about. We need to make sure that everything's as right as can be. But I guess, and the reason I'm asking the question is because you would agree as part of law enforcement, and as long as you've been doing it. So what did you do before you were a Ranger?
I was in the Marines.
So you're a Marine, so you're military. Thank you for your service. And then you're a Ranger.
Yes,
Okay. Did you do any like military police or anything when you were in the Marines?
I was an embassy guard.
Embassy guard. So you were one of the people that, if, you know, in a foreign country, if somebody tried to attack our embassy, you would be the one to protect it.
Yes, sir.
Understood. So I guess you understand then with that experience, embassy guard, law enforcement, that door locks and locks on doors, especially in schools, can significantly hinder anybody trying to get in and cause mass casualties.
Correct.
And so you know that that our schools, almost all of our schools across this country, have developed policies that no matter what, during the day, at night, students are there, nobody's there, that door remains locked.
Correct.
Right, for their protection and their safety.
Yes.
And if the lock is not able to be locked, who's responsible for making sure that that lock is functional and is able to be locked?
I'm assuming whoever the teacher or maintenance.
Sure.
Somebody there.
Yeah, I mean,
whoever reports it, it has to be fixed.
Right, you agree. It starts probably with the teacher saying, my door won't lock, and then it goes work order, maybe goes to the administration, goes to the maintenance people, whatever else. But what you said is, and I agree with you, is that it is a primary importance for safety that door lock is functional.
Yes.
Right, because a shooter, like in this case, if they are delayed in getting in or cannot get in, that can give other units time to respond.
Yes,
and perhaps do something before he's able to get in the room. Right. Okay. So in your law enforcement training and experience, have you ever heard of something called the fatal funnel?
Yes.
Okay. What is a fatal funnel?
When you're involved in a critical incident and you basically lose your peripheral vision and you focus on one thing.
Right. Sure. Then that's like and you're talking about kind of getting tunnel vision, but at some point, if you're trying to get into a door or a hallway.
Oh, yes.
Right. Then what does that do? For instance, let's say multiple law enforcement, multiple officer response. Can five of me standing here get through that doorway at the same time?
No, sir.
Because it funnels us in one by one.
Correct.
Maybe 2 by 2 if you're lucky and the door is wide enough. So a lot of times that can be somebody with a shield and people behind, or just people running in one by one into a door. And that's why law enforcement, they call that a fatal funnel, because if somebody's set up and ready, pop, 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 they could just knock down everybody that comes in as they come in.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can we go to that second? When they gave you, and the second picture will be 362.
Good questions by the defense. That fatal funnel, I would never.
I don't know, in your brief on classroom 111, where you briefed that blood we see on the ground, that was the blood of the shooter. And that was his positioning after the BORTAC team went in and a tactical team went in and shot and killed him.
No.
You didn't know that was his blood?
No, I did not.
You didn't know that was his position?
I knew that. I did not know that was his position.
Like his ending up position after he died? Okay. You're on President Television?
Yes.
Okay, but in being in that room, and one of the things, and I'm not saying that first of all, you took pictures and you did a good job kind of going around the room, and also I know it's hard for you to take this picture. It's hard for everybody to see. And we appreciate that you did it, you did your job. This closet here, remember that door that we talked about, the outside door we were talking about, the lock? Yes. Right. If we open that door, that's basically a view from opening that door. This closet is directly across. Right. And you know from your briefing that the shooter was in the closet when they got in.
Yes.
Did you know also that he was in the closet with the door closed?
No.
Did you know that as they breached, it was dark and the door opened and the shooter?
This is all based on hearsay.
Well, we're going to have everybody testify to it, and I'm not saying anything that they know that they think is untrue.
It's still based on hearsay, Your Honor.
Well, sir, if you know, you can answer. If you don't know their own personal knowledge, then tell him that, okay?
Yes, sir. Okay. So you said you did not know that. Did you know that the room was dark when they went in?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of a policy in the schools for the safety of the children that the teachers and the children are trained on, that when there is a shooter and they get an alert that there's a shooter on campus, that they are to go in, turn off all the lights, be quiet, and hide?
Yes.
Okay. So if it was dark when they came in, it would not be a surprise because any teachers and students following that training would have turned all the lights off, been quiet, and hid. Right, okay. So this door, as we talked about in this little closet, is directly across from the door that we entered into. Okay. And in your briefing on room 111, were you briefed that this was the shooter's homeroom when he was in 4th grade?
No.
Okay, you didn't know that?
No, sir.
Right. Because if you had known that, or if anybody in law enforcement in that position had known that, and had known who the person was before they get into school or whatever else, or even when they're outside the school, that gives a little bit more information about maybe where he's headed. Not just randomly going into a room, but going into a room that he knows, right?
Correct.
And that's important because if that was his home room.
Judge, he's testifying, he's not asking questions.
It's cross-examination, I'll overrule the judge.
If that was his home room in 4th grade, then he would know, just like any student there would know that closet was there, right? If that was your homeroom or mine, and we remember our homerooms from 4th grade, we would know the positioning if it hadn't changed, and the building hadn't changed since we were in 4th grade. But we would know that that's there. Now, a shooter who is perched there can create a fatal funnel at the entrance of that classroom.
Yes.
Right. Were you aware when you were briefed that when the BORTAC unit, that's the Border Patrol Tactical Unit, went in, they basically, what they did was they tried to do like a diversionary entry where they came in and tried to distract at the same time as they were shooting, right? To try to figure out, because you got to figure out where the shooter is in the classroom.
Yes.
And it turned out he was here. They had to draw fire to do that. Were you briefed on that? Okay. Were you briefed on the fact that Wayne Jackson from the BORTAC unit was shot in the head by the shooter?
No, sir.
Okay. So, and that's because if you're on a stick, as they call it, you got to be on a stick because there's the fatal funnel and you can't all fit at the same time. You go into the classroom and go to the side, and Wayne Jackson is at the very end and he gets hit in the head and it turns him around. You didn't know that?
No, sir.
Okay, so it's safe to say that this shooter is a mass child murderer who wants to be a cop killer. You would agree with that?
Possible.
Based on those facts?
Yes.
As I gave it. And this shooter is, because a shooter in a mass shooting, you said you worked several. A shooter in a mass shooting can kill themselves, right? That's something that has been done and can be done. A shooter can turn the gun on themselves.
Yes.
They can, continue to kind of roam around in the classroom and aimlessly maybe, or, doing stuff or saying stuff, or they can walk around the classroom with their gun. They can do that, right?
Yes.
Okay. They can try to escape if they can figure out or try to find a way to get themselves out so they can commit the shooting and do this horrible, tragic, terrible thing and then escape the consequences of it. They can try to do that.
Yes.
By getting out a window or even maybe trying to come through the door and shoot their way out or whatever else, right?
Correct.
But in this case, after he had committed his atrocities, he got in a closet and waited for the police to come in so that he could try to kill them based on all the facts that you have.
Correct.
Okay. So he's a mass child murderer who wants to be a cop killer. And luckily for Officer Jackson, it hit him in the top of the head, spun him around, but didn't kill him. But had it done that, he would have been both a mass child murderer and a cop killer, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we can take that picture. So like you said you were trained on a Leica 3D scanner.
Yes.
And one of those things is with a Leica, right? Yeah, and we say Leica, and but I think Leica is a brand name.
It's a brand name. Yes.
Right. What's it called? What's the generic name for a Leica scanner? If you even know, I've always said Leica, but one of the other Rangers said that there was a system that was out there. It was called a total view or something. But you've been trained on Leica.
Yes. Okay. It's a 3D scanner.
Let's talk about Leica.
Okay.
The 3D scanner. Judge, may I use the well?
Yes.
So we have a,
But I was on.
just so they know, and Gary explained it a little bit, but it's a tripod, usually.
Yes.
The scanner sits on, scans an area, and can tell you, one of the most important things it tells you is distances between things at the scene.
Yes.
Right? And sometimes it may not be necessary, like you didn't do a Leica scan in 111.
No.
Right. And you wouldn't do that because the room Well, the room was connected to 112 through I guess there was a door, kind of an open door that I suppose could be shut, but those two, you could pass from 111 to 112.
Yes.
Yeah, and somebody else had the brief for 112.
Yes.
Okay. So just in general, though, 'cause I know you didn't have the briefer out here. I'm not going to try to take it too far afield. But just in general, in your forensics training, like a Leica scanner, for, say, in this field, in this area, this area, this area, this area, this area, that would tell distances between shell casings, between cars,
Yes.
between car and a building, right? Between entrances, between these cars in the parking lot. All of those things, a Leica pretty quickly would be able to scan it, get 1,000,000 points of data, and then that's how it ends up. Is we could end up saying, well, this is 15 feet from this, or this shell casing is 10 feet from this shell casing, and this shell casing is 50 feet from that one, right?
Correct.
All right. So when we talk about this area here, I want to talk about shell casings and shell casing collection. Have you ever been part of this? Harry, what was that called? The line that they do? Line search. You ever been part of the line search?
Oh, yes.
Right. And you say that like yes, of course, and I've done it a lot.
Yes.
Right. So in this case, the FBI do a line search. They do a line search all the way out here, all here, looking for shell casings, right? And so the way they described it is, everybody's in a line.
Objection, comparing testimony to other witnesses.
I don't think that's an objection. And he's been proffered as an expert by the state.
Oh, really objection, but
So they're walking a line. And I see something. Everybody stops, flag, and do that. Is that your experience the same way?
yes.
Have you ever had to go on your hands and knees?
Yes.
And what would the reason for that be?
Get on your hands and
High grass,
knees.
weeds.
Sure. You can't necessarily trust if you're standing all the way up. You can't trust your ability to maybe see something, so you get down low to the ground.
You get down over the ground. I mean, you can use flashlights as well.
Right. Sure. And so it's you would agree that it's a thorough search, is what you're trying to do.
I would add another search. I mean, a different technique.
Which would
In the past, I've used ATF canines that are specifically trained to look for shell casing, burnt gunpowder.
right.
And yes,
And that's interesting because you'd have like a K9 that we see at the airport that is, and maybe sometimes at a traffic stop, probably not sometimes, that is trained to detect drugs, right? Cocaine. And those dogs that are trained to detect cocaine are like, that's what they do. They detect cocaine. There's other dogs that are trained to detect bombs. And that would be really not, here's a bomb. What they're trained on is they're trained on the things that make up bombs. Or other things like that would go into the bomb making if somebody were to do that. Then you have other animals like you talked about, these canines that are highly trained to detect the scent of gunpowder, which would be on the shelf. Right?
yes.
Okay. So let's assume that all the search is done the way that you feel should be done. And there are, if you look at this, I don't know if you got this from your brief, but I'll just tell you because it's the state's map.
Objection to just telling them, that's not a question.
I'm just, Damien, I'm surprised that it's actually only 2 that are being charged, because there was a lot of standing around and shit, and people telling people not to go because they didn't have the right shields and stuff. Like, it's fucking sad, man.
President, please. Yes, Your Honor. I'm just trying to orient you because this is the state's map. I don't know if you can see this red line. Can you see this red line here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is the state's map, and this is the shooter's path, and this is the culvert where he wrecked, right, at the start of this. Can you see that red X?
Yes.
Okay. So a path that takes him, the way that this path takes him, if shots are being fired along this path, they're being shot here, 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 here. All things considered, as an investigator, would you expect to find shell casings? Assuming they weren't picked up, assuming that they weren't moved, but a shooter shooting, as he goes this way, would you expect there to be evidence of shell casings to the right of where the shooter was?
It would depend on how he's holding the weapon.
Sure.
So he can be holding it sideways,
right,
and the shell casing goes straight up and go. So
right,
they can bounce either way.
But I guess to go left, to start ejecting out from the left, he would have to be holding it upside down. If the ejector port is on the right side of the gun, when the gun's right side.
Yes.
Right. So it would require somebody holding an M4 upside down and shooting to get ejection coming out the left side.
It's possible. I mean, It all depends on how the person was holding it. I mean, that's just a big variable.
And I agree with you. It's a big one. But we can say eject report to the right, shell casing go to the right.
Right.
Right. Unless it's upside down, and then it would eject out to the left.
Right.
Not a common way to
No.
use it for. Right. Maybe here to the side, up. And the power is making it go up. But either way, all of this we're talking about, right or left.
Right.
You expect them to be somewhere around there.
Yes.
If you're shooting them. Okay. And shell casings that are here and here would be consistent with this, with, you know, even from their own map, would be consistent with somebody firing along this route and this route.
Yes.
Right?
My head itches.
Oh, easy.
Judge, I'll pass it.
Mayor, to be exposed to a fatal funnel, do you have to go to the fatal funnel?
Yes.
If you don't approach the fatal funnel, you're not exposed to the fatal funnel.
Correct.
I couldn't see because I was sitting right directly behind Mr. Goss. He was talking about the shot coming from 111. Could you point that out, just in general terms about what that we're talking about? Your fingers there on the east side of the wing. And then he was talking about a building that it could have gone to. That building there?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure I understand that.
Bill, you gonna have any?
I'm sorry?
Are you gonna have anything else? Okay, thank you.
And when you were the crime scene worker in this case, you picked up casings, correct? And fragments of bullets or bullets,
Yes.
and defects.
Yes.
And what's a defect?
Where a round makes an impact on an area, or a desk, a wall.
That's pretty standard stuff, right? If a bullet hits something, it leaves an impact and you can see it.
Yes.
And have you ever known a bullet to go through a solid object without leaving an impact?
Correct. No.
Okay. That's the witness.
Just, as far as approaching the fatal funnel, all law enforcement is taught to be very cautious about a fatal funnel because a dead police officer doesn't help anybody, right?
Correct.
I mean, one police officer after another going in and dying and stacking up in front of that door is not going to save any of those children.
We're taught to get away from the fatal funnel.
Right. I'll pass it.
No further question.
Recall for this witness, either side?
This witness is out of country. I hope we can let it go.
Yes, Your Honor, and I do understand that. I don't want to keep him in. I know he's got important work to do out of the country. So.
Your excuse, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Marina? Maybe we approach as he's coming to your office. Okay.
Dude, there's a.
All right, what are we doing? Come on, chop chop.
Brent Brina.
And what do you do, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Texas Rangers.
And how long have you been with the Texas Rangers?
I promoted in October of 08, so a little over 17 years.
What did you do before you were a Texas Ranger?
I was a highway patrol trooper for about 5.5 years from 2000 to 2005, and then I worked in our criminal intelligence service for about 3 years before that, or after that.
So how long have you been in law enforcement?
Almost 27 years.
And do you have any specialties in law enforcement?
Crime scene investigation.
Were you called out to Uvalde on May 24, 2022?
Yes, I was.
For what purpose?
The interior, different sections of the interior of the crime scene inside the building.
And did you also conduct searches of crime scene outside the building, specifically as to the room 24?
Yes, I did.
All right, Damien.
And that's the one I want to kind of focus on right now, if I could. Okay.
Okay.
What drew your attention to room 24?
Myself and Ranger Scott Swick had noticed that there were some cartridge cases flagged. I guess we would have been to the south of the main building where the shooting occurred, and it indicated that there might have been some shots fired towards building 24. So we went in that area and started inspecting some buildings in that area.
And so from the casings, you started looking for buildings in which those casings could have deposited a bullet entry.
Correct. We were looking for structures that might possibly have a bullet defect on them.
And did you find any with a bullet defect on it?
We did, yes.
And how did you confirm that it was a bullet defect?
It visually looked like one, and we use what we call 3M lead check. It's a swab that you can test for lead. It has a activator and a dye that mixes, and when it's swabbed onto a surface that has lead, it'll give a kind of a pinkish purple color reaction.
And did you document that?
Yes, I did. Yes, I do.
Secretary, Exhibit 634, 3645, and officer for admittance.
No objection, sir.
They're new.
May we display?
Yes.
Ranger, if you need to point things out to the jury.
Thank you.
Showing your state's Exhibit 634, you give us just a general description of what we're looking at.
Yeah, that's an overhead view showing the main building where the shooting was, and then down towards the lower right where the white roof is. That's classroom 24.
And would you point out classroom 24?
You want me to approach?
Thank you. And your testimony was you started from a point where there was a series of casings. Is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
And you looked in a direction where that may leave an impact on a building.
Yes, correct.
So showing you Exhibit 635. Can you tell us, is that generally where you were talking about? Excuse me. Can you tell us in general terms, is that the area where the casings were and the area you were looking for impact?
Yes, we were looking. They were in that general area, and then that's kind of where we started taking photographs towards building 24, looking for an impact, a defect in that direction.
Okay. And the red X, is that a place that shows where the photograph 636, the next photograph, general terms, where that photograph was taken?
It does, yes.
When you show 636. And looking at Exhibit 636, can you tell us where the building is that you ended up searching or finding an impact?
You want me to approach? Yes. It'll be this building right here, the same building just to the left of that Chevrolet truck.
And Exhibit 637. What are we looking at now?
It's just as the photographer's walking forward closer to building or classroom 24.
So you just close in with your photographs until you get right up to it?
Exactly, yes.
And Exhibit 638?
Yeah, same building, just as we're getting closer to that building, photographing.
And 639?
Same, now we're getting right up on it.
Okay. Did you find an impact?
I did, yes.
And what is the ladder there for?
It was a ladder I had that we used to get up to the height so we could photograph it and use the lead check swab to access a defect.
Okay. So that's the ladder you had to get to the impact?
Correct, it is.
And Exhibit 640, can you tell us what that is?
That's us getting a little bit closer to it.
Okay. I want to take just a minute while we're still out a little bit. Can you tell us the nature of that material that the building is made of?
Yes, it's a sheet metal.
And does the sheet metal have ridges or different ins and outs of that sheet metal?
Yeah, I refer to it as kind of corrugated. It has ridges and kind of peaks and valleys.
Okay, point out for us where your ladder is. Point out to us a peak and point out us a valley.
You're on the map. Valley peak.
So the peak is where the ladder to two legs straddle it. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then just to the right, there's another peak
Correct.
of the same size.
Yes, correct.
And to the left, is there another peak of the same size?
Yeah, it looks like with the conduits attached to, yes.
And that pattern repeats itself all the way down the wall. Is that correct?
It does, yes.
And so the peaks are raised and the valleys are lowered or further away.
That's correct, yes.
And not only, and is there an impact in Stakes Exhibit 640?
Yes, there is.
And is it in a peak or a valley?
It's in what I would call a valley, yes.
Okay. Would you show the jury again where the peak is?
The peak would be over here, and then the valley would be here.
The valley being recessed, about how far?
Maybe an inch, approximately an inch, something like that.
Okay. And did you point out the impact for the jury?
Yes, with this thing right here.
And what you're holding, what is that?
That's the 3M lead check that we use to test if it tested positive for the presence of lead.
Talking about this.
And just to the left of that valley where the impact is,
We
what is
won't
that?
be able to see.
It looks like a conduit, like a plastic piece of conduit pipe.
Can a bullet go through a piece of conduit like that without leaving an impact wound?
It could if it just kind of grazed it and skipped off of it. If it actually hit it straight on, it could go through it, or it could fragment.
Was there any impact on the left side of that conduit?
Not that I could clearly see. I mean, I can't rule out the possibility that it did impact that, and then the ground fragmented, and then went through the surface, the metal surface.
I guess what I'm asking is, in your inspection of impacts, did a bullet travel through that PCB pipe and then enter that valley?
Not that I can tell. If it did hit the PVC pipe, it would have been on the edge closest to the impact site.
Excuse me, I didn't understand.
I said if it did impact the PVC pipe, it would have, or the conduit, it would have been on the side closest to the impact site on the metal.
Would that be in the right-hand side?
Correct. Yes, correct.
So the only impact you saw at all was on the right-hand side of the PCB, if you saw it at all?
That's correct. Yes.
Not on the left-hand side?
No.
So do you have an opinion as to whether or not a bullet came from the left-hand side through the PCB into the valley and then into the building?
Yes, my opinion would be that it may have possibly struck the right side of the conduit and then into the sheet metal.
But not the left side?
That's correct, yes.
So, use the pointer one more time.
Wonder
Show
what
us
the-
again where room number 24 is.
Right here.
And where is that impact site?
It's on this west side.
Oh,
And then is room 111 back on the east side of the fourth grade wing?
It is, yes.
And so could a bullet coming out of room 111 make that impact without impacting the PCB pipe on the left-hand side?
In my opinion, no.
But could that same impact come from the position you saw the casings?
It could, yes.
And that's why you took pictures of it?
Correct, yes.
Well, for sure.
Oh, come on, man. Hurry up. Oh, come on. This is ridiculous. A lot of freaking bullets. That's all I know. That mofo. He went in like a blaze of glory. Just so sad about the kids, though, man. That is so sad. Okay, come on. Jeez Louise. What are we doing? Going through fucking BFE? Oh, there we go. We're back.
You can be seated in the courtroom. Thank you.
What's going on? What are we doing now? What the fuck are we doing? Go on. What are we doing?
I did, yes.
And the State's Exhibit 642 show us the entry then into room 24.
It does, yes.
And tell us what we're looking at in Exhibit 643.
That's the entry door to classroom 24.
Yeah, 643.
That would be the interior. That would be facing the west wall, the same wall that the defect would be on the outside.
And there's the next exhibit, 644. What are we looking at here?
At the close up of us pointing the camera up through the ceiling tile, and you can kind of see the hole from the inside of the classroom.
And State's Exhibit 645.
It's crazy.
That's us up into the ceiling panels.
Why would you be shooting up in the ceiling
interior
now?
side of that defect.
Thank you. Now, that was not all you did in the case, is that correct?
It's correct, yes.
And did you also have an opportunity to go into rooms 111 on that very first day?
I did, yes.
And at that time, were there still the remains of this shooting? in that room?
Yes, when I got the time I got there, when I went to 111, the only body that was inside the 111 was the body of the suspect.
Okay. And does the body of the suspect show his relationship to his gun?
Yes, approximately, yes.
And does it show how he was dressed?
It does, yes.
So as to compare to eyewitnesses who may have seen a gunman?
Yes.
Going next to 734. And you can go ahead and go to 735 now. And I'll just ask you, we just saw 734. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the man in black?
Yes, that's how I found him, yes.
And State's Exhibit 735, does that show him in relationship to a weapon?
It does, yes.
And would you show us where that weapon is?
On your monitor, approach. The weapon around was right here.
Okay. And about how far from his feet?
I'd say within less than 2 feet.
Okay. And moving now into room 112 from 111. We have no photographs of that, but you did see it?
I did, yes.
You did observe it?
I did, yes.
And would you describe for the jury what you saw?
When you walk in the main entry door from the hallway, there was a lot of desks that were kind of clustered up, scattered around, and then there was a concentration of deceased bodies kind of in that the northwest corner of the room.
A concentration
Aww.
of deceased bodies?
Yes.
And were they adults or children?
There was children and one adult.
One adult and children.
Yes.
And were they clustered away from the door?
Yes. If you were to walk in the entry door, they were to the left in that corner to your left.
And were they away from the windows?
They were, yes. They were on the opposite side of the room from the windows.
Pass the witness.
Wow.
Is it Marina?
Yes, yes.
My name is Nico.
So sad.
I'm a lawyer representing Mr. Gonzales. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay, yes, sir.
You testified before.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
you know how this works.
Yes, sir.
So are you familiar with the Hellfire trigger system?
I'm not, no, sir.
Okay. You never heard anything about it?
No, I heard briefly them talking about it. I wasn't responsible for those two classrooms as far as the crime scene processing, but I heard talk about it, but I never actually knew what it did. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In your duties as a ranger, have you done any training in firearms?
I have done some, yes.
You understand that there's some things you can put on a trigger to make it move faster and shoot faster.
I have heard that. I don't have any experience with it, though, but I have heard there are some things.
But you've done tactical training yourself?
That's limited. I'm not one with tactical side. I'm kind of a crime scene guy. I've done some, but very, very limited.
Do you do trajectory analysis?
I do, yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so as part of your experience in trajectory analysis, you have to understand how to handle a weapon, how it's shot, how it functions to actually give your opinion of it.
How are you?
Right?
Yes.
Okay. And when it comes to trajectory analysis, other rangers have testified to this. It's really an educated guess of what you're trying to put together.
Well, there's a little margin of error, but if there's a perforating defect in the surface and then a secondary one, then that's a good candidate defect for a flight path rod. And it'll give you a good ballpark estimate of some location of the shooter. There are some margin of error.
Well, the fact that you said ballpark means that it's not exact science.
It's not exact. Yeah, there could be there's a little margin of error.
And, well, other rangers said it's possible. They use a lot of words like possible, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
So we're
you
talking about
guys are
possibility. Now,
speaking
you've heard of a
fast
misfire.
while I
You
was
heard
like,
someone misfiring a weapon?
I have, yeah.
And misfiring a weapon has to do with trigger control. You understand what trigger control is, right?
I do, yes.
Okay, so trigger control is making sure your finger is in a safe position and not hovering inside the trigger guard, correct?
Are you referring to an accidental discharge or a misfire?
Well, okay, fair enough. Let's talk about accidental discharges then. Okay, what is indexing your finger on a weapon?
It's keeping your finger off the trigger.
May I stand up, Judge? Okay, so we don't have a blue gun, but I'm not gonna ask for one there. So there's a trigger in a weapon, and we're talking about a handgun first, and then there's a trigger guard around the trigger, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then and this applies to a long rifle or a handgun, correct?
It does, yes.
And so when someone indexes, if law enforcement or if anybody training with a weapon is taught to index, you are taught to keep your finger outside the trigger guard. And if this is my trigger, I don't want to be in the trigger. I want to be outside the trigger guard.
Yes, if you're indexing, then your finger should not be in the trigger guard on the trigger.
And so trigger discipline references not being lazy about having your finger, because you hand a child a gun, they automatically, most people, even not children, will grab that handle and then put their finger inside the trigger guard.
I can't accurately say that, but that's possible.
An untrained person with not proper trigger discipline could potentially do this.
That's possible, yes.
And so many people that are not trained well, they automatically put their finger in that trigger guard, and that could create as you said, a misfire or an accidental
discharge.
Okay. And so there's no way for you to tell in your analysis of trajectory analysis whether somebody does an accidental discharge or whether it's an intentional discharge.
No.
Right. And so if can we look at, I think, is it 636 and 637, the pictures you guys had? I think it's exhibit 636 and 637. Bill, do you have them? Who does?
I was doing 7.
You don't have the number on it?
No.
Oh, got it. It is, can I see the ones you have, 636 and 637?
They're probably up there.
Can I push it?
No? Oh, that's 700.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Listen to the sixes.
Ow, that hurt.
Thank you. Okay, this is State's Exhibit 636 in evidence, but in the PowerPoint, it's whichever one they have. So this is 636. You testified to this earlier to the government, correct?
I did, yes.
May I push it? And so I think kind of the question we were asking you was they were trying to talk to you about the trajectory path from this place in the parking lot to building room 24. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And in a hypothetical, if somebody was intending from this west side, this is the west side of Robb Elementary?
Yes, I did.
And you know now that the murderer came in here and shot all the way up into he entered the building.
I do, yes.
And as if somebody was approaching to shoot at that side of the building and had poor trigger discipline or just an eagerness to want to hurt people, they could have accidentally discharged as they were coming up and coming across to shoot at the west side of the building, correct?
Yeah, that's possible. The only thing I can say for sure is that there was one defect in that.
And that's my point. How many defects are there?
There was one.
One defect. So if somebody took the position that this murderer fired multiple rounds to the south side of the building over here, it would fair to say there should be way more than one defect.
Well, I mean, there was a possibility he could have fired over to the left or to the right. We just didn't find those defects. There's a possibility he could have fired more. All I found was one. So all I can say was there was at least one. There could have been more.
Well, whose responsibility was it to find if there were more?
I'm sorry?
Whose responsibility would it have been to find if there were more defects?
It was mine.
Okay. Did you find more defects?
Not in that classroom, no. Like I said, there could have been more that went out in the open air and landed in the ground somewhere way out there.
But at the time you found that one defect, you weren't told to look at room 24, correct? You were just looking for defects.
Yes, that's
right.
correct. Yes.
So you looked at all the buildings, did you not?
Yeah, in that line of sight, yes.
Right.
Yes.
And you could have looked behind the buildings too. I'm sure you looked behind
them. We searched that entire area, yes.
That entire area you searched?
Yes.
And you found one defect?
That's correct. Yes.
So back to my original question. If somebody made the claim that they were standing further down to the south side of the building, close to the east side, and that the murderer fired multiple shots at this person, you should have found more than one defect.
Yeah, well, I can't say that again.
Can we talk about probabilities?
Sure.
More likely than not, you should have found more defects.
It's probable, but again, like I said, there could have been where he shot over to, depending on how he had the gun held, and what the angle of the barrel. There's something could have went over. I can't say he fired multiple. All I can say was that for sure, certainly was that there was one round fired in that direction. All I can say.
well, one round went in that direction. It doesn't mean it was intended to go there, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so this, but my question is, bullets don't just disappear, right?
I'm not sure your question.
Well, I mean, but if somebody, I give this example to another ranger. On New Year's, we're told not to shoot guns up in the air, right? You've heard that safety announcement,
sure.
right? Why is that a foolish thing to do?
Because it can come down.
What comes down?
The projectile.
Right, they don't just disappear.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
So if somebody shoots projectiles, multiple projectiles in this direction, there should be probably more defects than one.
Well, I mean, they could go over, and when they come down, they could end up inside the dirt, and we just don't see them. That's a possibility. I can't rule out.
But bullets don't loop, do they?
Well, there's a parabolic. Once they come up, if they're shot in a parabolic arc, so once they go over, they're going to arc and come down. They could go into the ground.
If somebody's on the ground, if somebody makes the claim while they're on the ground that somebody shot at them from this angle multiple times, there most likely probably would be some defects on these buildings. Right.
There could be. Yeah. I mean, like I said, all I can certainly say is there was one. That's all I can say.
Just one.
Yeah. Anything else I'd be speculating.
Okay. And I don't want you to speculate.
Yeah.
And so if somebody is intending to shoot this side of the building and they had poor trigger discipline and an evil intent to hurt people, they could get over anxious and they could accidentally discharge up as they're coming across, because we know for sure there were many defects on this side, right?
Yes, there were.
Have you heard of a ricochet?
I have, yes.
Explain to the jury what ricochet is.
Ricochet is where the projectile strikes the surface and then usually at a low angle, and then it ricochets off and continues its flight path past that point.
And so when a bullet hits an object, and you do this in trajectory analysis, that's called an intermediary object, right?
You're talking the surface it hits?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is.
Right. And then that bullet can do something else.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Was there a laser trajectory done from the spot we're looking at in Exhibit 636 to that one defect?
There wasn't, because that defect was not a candidate to put a flight path rod in, because there wasn't a secondary defect for us to run a rod through and attach a laser to. So it wasn't a candidate for it.
Was not a candidate for it. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So was that defect on the higher part of the building or the lower part of the building?
It was on the higher part.
And so if somebody on the ground said that shooter fired multiple shots at that person as they're on the ground, or at least standing on the ground, it's less likely that defect would be high up on near the ceiling, near the roof, right?
It depends on how they were holding the weapon and what the angle of the barrel was.
I said multiple rounds. Remember that? So there should be more than one defect.
Yeah, and again, all I can tell you is there was one. I didn't see any more than one.
Fair enough. Now we saw that picture of the suspect in Exhibit 734, I believe it was. You recall that?
I did, yes.
That person lying on the ground, and I'm not going to show that picture. Okay. That picture, that picture of that animal lying on the ground, that person is the one responsible for stealing those children, right?
He is the one that shot him, yes.
Pass it to the shooter.
Mr. Brainerd, Ranger Brainerd, the weapon the gunman was using, you're familiar with it?
I am, yes.
And the round that he was shooting?
Yes.
What's the distance on those? How far can they go?
I would say at least 150 meters.
150 meters? Okay. And if they strike the dirt, would you be able to find it?
Probably not.
And if they're shot over the building, would you be able to find it?
No, probably not.
And on that exhibit that's in front of you now, to the left of that building, could you tell us what is composed of? To the right of the building, excuse me.
Where the fence is?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that was the air conditioned HVAC units.
No, I'm sorry. Would you approach? Let me go.
This is where the building was struck, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And all the way across here, what is this?
It's open field.
Is there any way you would recover a defect in an open field?
The probably would be very slim, no.
And if shot above the building 24, was there a defect there that would have been recoverable by you?
Can you repeat the first part of the question?
Shot above the building, would you have been able to recover a defect shot above the building?
If it went over and into the grass, no, it probably would be very low to recover that.
And to the right of the building, do we have open fields also?
We do, yes.
And the same question about likelihood of recovery.
Yeah, it'd be a low probability, same likelihood, yes.
How's it?
When it comes back to our back to our hypothetical, if that same person that claims that the shooter from this position shot multiple rounds at them, and they're further down, you have this HVAC unit and all the fence that would be at the very least concealment, maybe even some cover for them, right?
For who?
Someone behind it, someone on the south side of the wall, of this building.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Right?
Yeah, it's possible, yes.
Well, I mean, it's not possible. That's there. This is in the way.
You're talking about the HVAC units is covered? Or the,
Yes, sir. If in our hypothetical, if the person's behind it, they would have to shoot through the HVAC units to try to hit them.
well, like again, it depends on how they hold the weapon.
You'd have, okay, well, explain that to me.
Well, if the person, if they're holding it at the hip and the barrel's aimed up, they could get over those HVAC units fairly easy.
Well, unless you have to be 20 feet tall, right? I mean, what if the person is just regular height people? I mean, it doesn't lob. You can't lob. It's not a grenade, right? You can't lob a bullet. It shoots very direct, right?
No, not. I mean, the trajectory is based on how the weapon's hold. You can. Well, I've seen many shootings where they hit the weapon and fired high. A lot of the rounds were inaccurate because they had it at the hip and they were shooting way high.
I'm not talking about inaccuracy. I'm talking about probability of hitting somebody because they're behind these HVAC units. If someone's behind this HVAC unit, they'd have cover from the HVAC unit, right?
They would, yeah.
So the shooter would have to, the shooter would have to move out to the right of the HVAC unit, or however they're holding it, to try to shoot that person behind the HVAC unit, right?
If they were behind the HVAC unit, I would think so, yes.
Well, in my hypothetical, this person is behind the HVAC unit, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so like you're behind the desk. Let's say that desk is covered and I wanted to shoot you in the leg. If that's true cover and can protect your legs, I can't shoot your leg.
Probably not, no.
Well, if it's cover, I can't because I can't see your leg.
Yeah, well, it depends on if it's hard or soft cover. If it's hard cover and it would stop around, then yes, you wouldn't be able to shoot my leg. But if it's plywood or something or soft metal, then it would go through and you could possibly hit your target.
So you don't know this yet, but we've already explained to the jury the difference between cover and concealment.
Okay.
So the material, this is concealment. This is not cover.
Right, exactly.
Let's assume this is cover.
Okay.
If I wanted to shoot your legs, I'd have to move around to shoot your legs, right?
Yes.
So same thing with these HVAC units. If there's someone behind the HVAC unit and I'm shooting from this place, I'd have to move around the HVAC unit to get line of sight on you to shoot you.
You would, yes, that's right. That's correct. Yes.
And so if that happened and the shooter was further to the right, because in that hypothetical, that person is being shot at, we would see evidence of the person, the shooter, firing from the right.
It's possibly.
If someone made that claim and you and I were prosecuting that case, what evidence would we present to a jury that somebody shot at someone behind that HVAC unit?
I guess I'm going to answer your question.
Would we bring shells and shell casings? Because we're making a claim that someone took a shot at them and they had a line of sight. If somebody was further to the right, should there be shell casings here if we're making a claim like that?
There could be, but again, ejection pattern analysis is not always accurate because if they manipulate the gun any kind of way, it can change that pattern. And if they're moving or the weapon's moving, then it can change that pattern. So it's possible, but I can't say for sure that would be an indicator.
Are you aware that there were shells found on this side of the building?
Yeah, my recollection, there was some there, and there was some on the other side of the gravel driveway. I believe also there were more.
What gravel driveway?
The one there, I believe.
No, sir, you're wrong about that.
Okay.
So it's just right here, right?
Okay.
Right on the edge.
Okay.
So that's my point. So we found.
Of the facts.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, what the lawyers say in their questions is not to be construed as fact. So therefore, if it differs based upon your recollection, rely on your own recollection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. And so as we recall, we remember that there are shells up and down this, kind of up and down the edge of the parking lot, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if there are shells on the edge of the parking lot, would the shooter be on the right hand of the shells or on the left hand of the shells, knowing that you know what kind of weapon was used?
Normally it would be on the left hand side.
And why is that?
Because typically that weapon, or the most common ejection pattern, is usually to the right and slightly rear.
Right. So, and it's called the ejection port.
It comes out of the ejection port, yes.
And so they've heard this already, but just to make sure you and I are on the same page, there's a long rifle with an ejection port. The magazine comes in, you chamber it, you have a trigger inside the trigger guard. Once you shoot, then the casing is discharged to the right, correct?
Yeah. When the bolt comes back, it's extracted, ejected, usually to the right and maybe slightly rear. Kind of if you're looking at a clock, the muzzle will be 12 o'clock, the stock will be 6. Most of them are going to be at 3 to 4:30.
That's right. That's right. And so if the shells are here, roughly, I mean, they're a little bit, but there's a collection of them, you know that.
Yes.
Then you agree with me that the shooter is to the left of those shells, that shell line.
That'd be the most probable position, yes. Unless there was manipulation of the weapon, something like that. The most probable position, if it was fired in a normal position, it would be to the left of that.
Outright.
To my knowledge, no. Again, I didn't work the outside.
Okay.
I didn't work that. We went over to classroom 24 out there, so we went out there just to make sure nothing was shot in that direction. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Pass the witness, Judge.
Do you have any evidence that the shooter in this case used this wrong trigger guard when he grabbed the gun?
Is that the one that the defense counsel was referring
The
to?
misfire? Yeah. Do you have any evidence in this case that the gunman, that the shots he fired were misfires?
Are we talking about misfire? Because misfire and accidental discharge are completely separate
Let me ask about accidental discharge.
Okay.
What's your definition of an accidental discharge?
It's when the gun was fired when it wasn't intended to be. Somebody hit the trigger when they weren't intending to hit it and the gun fires.
Is there any evidence in this case of the gunman engaged in an accidental discharge?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And would you go back to that exhibit you showed the jury? No, when you showed the jury.
Dude's like, let me off the stand already.
I believe the defense said, if there are casings here, and you said you didn't recall that, is that correct?
I mean, I recall when we were walking, Rob, seeing some flags for casings where I just don't remember the exact precise location. I do remember casings being in that area.
Is this pavement?
Yes, it is.
Do you recall seeing any casings on pavement?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay, how many times did the defense attorney ask you about casings being in this area on the pavement?
No, he didn't say that.
He pointed right here, didn't he?
My understanding was he was talking about the grass area. That's what I was assuming. He was talking about the grass area.
Let's take a look at what the evidence shows, okay?
Sure.
Ah. This is crazy.
Are there any casings on the pavement?
No, not that I see. Again, like I said, they were marking flags, and we obviously can't stick a flag in asphalt. So they're on the grass.
And it's exhibits 112, 113, 111, those have been identified as being casings. Those are not on the pavement.
You're talking about the ones that are marked 12, 13?
Yes.
Yes.
And would you show the jury how far up the red flags go?
Looks like they go up kind of where the asphalt meets the concrete.
Would you approach the photograph and show the jury how far up those red flags go?
They go up to your, go past that drainage, where the drainage goes on the sidewalk, and they come across.
And from that position, is there a line of fire to the defect that you found in room 24 that you've been talking about today?
Yes, sir.
That's witness.
And evidence of an accidental discharge could be a defect high and away from any targets that could be shot at.
It could be, yes.
So if you have evidence of a bunch of damage, like on the west side of Robb Elementary, and then you have what we call a one-off, right? A one-off high and above any potential target, that could be evidence of an accidental discharge as someone is swinging a rifle.
Yeah, I can't rule that out.
Right. Pass the witness, Judge.
And it could be evidence of somebody shooting from the hip.
It could be, yes. I can't rule that out either.
And have you said that you've seen people shoot high in these kind of shootings?
I have, yes.
So you do have evidence that people shoot high in active shooter situations?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Discuss the case till you're aware the trial's over with, all right? Thank you very much.
May I have a point of clarification at the bench?
Okay. Good afternoon. Would you raise your hand? You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given the cause will be the truth, so help you God. Have a seat over here. Adjust that microphone if you need to.
Mr. Turner, you may proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, would you tell the jury your name, please?
Garrett Phillips.
And am I correct, you've been here since first thing this morning?
Correct.
Appreciate you being here. Could you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what is the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office?
The Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office is a county office statutorily established by the laws of the state of Texas to investigate sudden, unexpected, and unnatural deaths within Bexar County.
And what is the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner?
Fundamentally, the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner is one of the staff medical examiners, which is to say a forensic pathologist who is involved in the examination of persons who have suffered sudden, unexpected, or unnatural deaths. The deputy chief part, however, comes with additional administrative duties that see me as second to the chief medical examiner.
And further on definitions, you said both forensic and pathologist. Is that correct?
Correct.
Could you start with pathology and what that is?
Pathology is a specialty of medicine. It is divided into two subspecialties, anatomic and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology is the study of tissues removed from a human body. Those may be as small as individual cells in the case of cytopathology, all the way up to the entire deceased body, as in autopsy pathology. Clinical pathology is the study of fluids removed from the body and tested in a laboratory setting. That is ultimately the specialty of pathology.
And how does forensic pathology differ from pathology?
Forensic pathology is a subspecialty within that area of anatomic pathology that I mentioned.
Hello? Hello?
Of anatomic pathology that I mentioned. Yeah.
Gunshot wound.
So this wound entered relatively high here, and it's going to have the ability to breathe, going through the vertebral column and transecting the spinal cord.
And could you describe for us, let's
Go. Come on.
That wound ultimately, most significantly, went through both lungs as well as the thoracic vertebral column, injuring the spinal cord. After having traversed both lungs, it did enter the abdomen and injure the spleen as well.
Okay. You talked about several organs here, and I just want to do it with the first child so we can get used to that, okay? Could you kind of go through the organs that you talked about, it penetrated, what the function of those organs are, and why penetrating those organs would be a cause of death?
So in this case, going through both lungs is going to cause significant bleeding, and it's going to impair the ability to breathe. Going through the vertebral column and transecting the spinal cord is going to cause a loss of sensation and motor function below that level at the thoracic level. To clarify, there are several levels of the spine. The cervical spine is the neck, the thoracic spine is in the chest, and then the lumbar and sacral spine are in the abdomen and pelvis. So this was in the region of the chest. The splenic injury, the spleen is a vascular organ, and so that would be expected to also contribute to the bleeding in addition to the lung injuries.
And could you show us just generally on your body, the general direction or pathway of that gunshot wound?
So this wound entered in the back relatively high here, and it's going to go across and end up in the abdomen somewhere around here.
And in your opinion, that a gunshot wound caused his death?
Yes.
And were there other wounds that he suffered?
There was an additional wound.
Could you describe that for us?
That was a entrance wound of the chest. However, only a projectile fragment was recovered, and that wound path was very superficial.
So it would not have led to death?
That wound was much less significant, and yes, I could envision that wound not leading to death.
Any other findings of significance to share with this jury?
There were some other apparent ballistic injuries or fragmentary impacts on other parts of the body.
And could you explain those for us?
Anytime a projectile fragments, which at least one of these fragments did, or anytime there are other projectiles that have been fired in the vicinity that have fragmented, those can bounce or ricochet off of nearby structures, or they can perforate nearby structures and cause blunt impacts to the body that would cause these sorts of ballistic fragmentary injuries.
And so whether the bullet passed through another object or ricocheted off of it, you can't say?
Not given these findings. I couldn't be more specific.
And also, as far as distance determination, are you able to determine how far a weapon was from a body when the body received that gunshot wound?
In some cases, yes.
And in this case, was it very limited, the time that you found somebody with a very close-up gunshot wound?
In this specific case, I could not definitively say that there was evidence of close range firing. However, the reason that those other ballistic or fragmentary impacts can be important is because those can, on some level, mimic close range firing. And so that will complicate the evaluation. So in this case, I do at least have those fragmentary injuries, but I don't have anything that I could definitively say was close range.
And could you tell us how you determine distance and what the different levels of distance are when pathologists are looking at gunshot wounds?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, if I can make a recommendation just to reduce the secondary trauma that can be suffered.
Are
We
you
can just, we
going?
don't have to have the picture up while we're talking about distance and things like that. If we can have the picture, take it down and then picture from the next one, I think it would be appreciated.
It's our case. However you want to proceed, Mr. Turner, go ahead.
Guys are irritating me.
Our problem.
Stop!
Just moves to the next
Can you
chart.
go?
Just one. Click the button. You can click it on.
For fuck's sake!
Good, proceed.
We were talking about distance determinations.
Go lay down.
How far a weapon was from the body.
All right.
Body receiver.
Correct. So in some cases that is
Settle down.
when a gun is fired, the bullet obviously is going to exit the muzzle of the gun. However, more than just the bullet will also exit the weapon. There can be particles of burning and unburned gunpowder, as well as residues of combustion. If the gun is fired in close enough proximity to the skin, those additional items can sometimes impact or deposit upon the skin.
What?
And so those findings that we would most typically look for would be soot, which is an amorphous grayish black residue that is the products of combustion. That's the smoke coming out of the gun, or powder
Actually, give me
tattooing,
one
which are
munchie.
very, well, I should say, relatively regular punctate abrasions that are caused by the burning and unburnt particles of gunpowder striking the skin and abrading it and embedding into the skin. Beyond that range, it is possible for gunpowder to deposit on the skin, although because it lacks mass, it can no longer abrade the skin. In addition, under those ranges, if the muzzle of the gun is actually directly in contact with the skin, we can see contusions, abrasions, or lacerations associated with the muzzle of the gun on the skin.
And is there a name for if the muzzle is on the skin?
It would be a contact wound.
And what are the other classifications?
The other classifications would be near contact, depending on how much you want to lump or split. Something that's relatively near contact would probably be expected to have soot. That is, and this is a very fuzzy number, somewhere in the vicinity of the first 12 inches away from the muzzle. Now, again, many variables are going to affect the actual distance. So the only real way to get a harder number than what I'm providing is to test fire the actual weapon against a witness panel with the actual ammunition used. But again, as a rough guide, about a foot. For powder tattooing, somewhere in the range of 3 to 4 to 5 feet is where powder tattooing will cease. For gunpowder particulate deposition, a very broad range, anywhere from 9 to 21 feet, gunpowder particles can begin to cease being deposited on the skin. As we move beyond that, we will have no evidence of close range firing. Some people will call that distant, although it's also reasonable to call that indeterminate because, again, depending on many of these variables, there may be different reasons why you're not seeing evidence of close range firing.
Thank you very much. And so we had talked about the wound that caused death. We also talked about a chest wound, and you were talking about this third kind of abrasive wound. Is that correct?
So in this case, there were the fragmentary injuries.
Fragment wound. Next turn to State's Exhibit 740. If you can display that. Mr. Rogelio Torres. And is that your autopsy number 13-8?
Correct.
And is there a wound depicted in State's Exhibit 740?
A wound is seen.
And what's the nature of that one?
That is a wound that is adjacent to the right eyebrow.
That was not a life-threatening wound?
In this case, that was described as a graze wound.
A graze?
Graze, correct.
Thank you. You can turn it. Could you tell us then what your findings were as to Mr. Torres?
In this case, 12 gunshot wounds were noted. The injuries that were produced included the brain, the right lung, liver, right kidney, thoracic spine and spinal cord, as well as the right humerus, which is to say the long bone of the upper arm.
And each one of those wounds, those 12 wounds, were capable of causing death?
They're all potentially going to contribute. Of course, a wound that is traversing the brain is going to very likely be causative of death in the absence of the rest. However, if you take out, for instance, the wound traversing the brain, a combination of liver, kidney, thoracic spine, long bone fracture, and lung injury might well also be productive of death. But again, these were all collectively present, and so they were all considered as collectively causing death.
And any other non-life-threatening wounds?
Again, some of the other findings, such as the graze wound, would have been present. So there was the graze wound on the right eyebrow. There were some additional, more, how should I say, less physiologically significant wounds that didn't cause major neurovascular organ injuries that were present.
Thank you. Exhibit 741, Miranda Mathis.
Yes.
Could you tell us what your findings are in regard to Miranda Mathis?
In this case, there were 12 gunshot wounds. The significant injuries included the heart, both lungs, the liver. There were injuries to the cervical spine and spinal cord, that is, again, in the neck, skull base fractures, and there were injuries to the larynx and trachea, that is to say, the windpipe, basically, as well as the pelvis.
And any non-life-threatening wounds?
There were some additional injuries that, again, the ones that I described are the ones that are sort of the most physiologically significant. There were some additional.
Let's just stay with those and let you find a wound that you consider significant as to whether or not it was a contact or close contact, something that would make it different from the other wounds you're describing.
So in this case, there were 3 of the gunshot wounds that in this case did demonstrate the gunpowder tattooing that were mentioned. And there was some additional gunpowder tattooing on the right hand.
And does that suggest range?
So this would be indicative of close range firing.
And that would be?
That would be the powder tattooing. So as we described it, the intermediate range.
And the distance would be about what?
As I said, somewhere in the vicinity of that 3 to 4 to 5 feet is when that begins to cease. So I would expect under that. But in order to get a better number, it would be necessary to test fire the weapon with the ammunition used.
So somewhere around 3, 4, 5 feet away.
That's where it ceases.
And
So if it's present, it's somewhere within.
Closer than that.
Correct.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 742. Alethea Ramirez.
Correct. In this case, there were 4 gunshot wounds. There were injuries to the brain, both lungs, the aorta, left femoral vein, the pelvis, and left femur. The femur is the long bone in the thigh, and an injury to the trachea.
And those were the significant findings.
Those were the significant injuries, yes.
And each of them were gunshot wounds.
Gunshot wounds, correct.
Thank you. Exhibit 743. Bea Bravo.
These poor
Correct.
kids, man.
In this case, the decedent had 8 gunshot wounds. The significant injuries included the brain, the major neurovascular structures of the right forearm, and the left upper arm, and fractures of the right radius and ulna. Those are the long bones within the forearm.
And any of those sufficient in themselves to cause death?
Certainly the brain injury, yes.
State's Exhibit 744. Ileana Torres.
Correct. In this case, there were 13 gunshot wounds. There were injuries to the heart, the left lung, the left upper arm vasculature, the liver, the facial bones, cervical spine, and the left humerus.
And was it a combination of the wounds or just a single wound that caused the death?
In this case, the heart wound itself would probably have been sufficient, but the rest were significant as well.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 745, Layla Salazar.
Correct. Sorry, could I see that real quick?
Yeah.
Just confirm the number. Yes, thank you. In this case, there were 4 gunshot wounds. There were injuries to the left internal jugular vein. That is the major vein that brings blood from the head back to the heart. In addition to that, there were injuries to the left lung, the cervical and thoracic spine and cord, the tibia, which is the long bone in the shin. And there were skull fractures with intracranial bleeding, that is to say, bleeding surrounding the brain, even though in this case the projectile did not traverse the cranial cavity. It went close enough to cause bleeding inside the head.
It passed enough energy in to cause bleeding inside the brain.
Correct.
746, Annabelle Rodriguez.
Correct. In this case, there were 5 gunshot wounds. The right carotid artery and jugular vein were injured. Again, the carotid artery takes blood to the brain. The jugular vein returns it from the brain. Both lungs were injured, and the thoracic spine and cord, as well as the larynx, were injured. Likewise, with the injuries to the cord, what you will sometimes see is that blood will then enter the cranial cavity. So there was some subarachnoid hemorrhage, which is a type of bleeding inside the head surrounding the brain.
Thank you. JC Luevanos, 747.
Correct. In this case, there were 3 gunshot wounds. The brain, the cervical spine, and the spinal cord were injured.
And each of these were gunshot
Hey,
wounds?
Daniel.
These are all from gunshot wounds.
All the wounds that you described were gunshot wounds?
Sad.
That's correct.
No other weapon caused any injury to this child?
None that was, no, it did not appear so. In fact, in each case, although we haven't specified it, projectile fragments were recovered associated with each autopsy.
Okay, associated with gunshot wound.
Part of the bullet, basically.
So that confirms for you that these were all gunshot.
One of the things, yes.
Exhibit 748, Ileana Garcia.
Correct. In this case, there were 5 gunshot wounds. The skull was fractured, again with that same type of bleeding inside the head, subarachnoid hemorrhage. There were also injuries to the right axillary artery and vein. The axillary artery and vein are the major blood vessels that run from the chest into the arm.
Tess Mata, State's Exhibit 749.
Correct. In this case, there were 5 gunshot wounds. The internal injury was the brain.
Okay, could you explain that a little bit more?
Yes, there was an entry wound of the face that did traverse the cranial cavity. There were additional injuries of the back, buttocks, and left upper extremity. However, these did not cause significant internal organ injuries.
Thank you. Matthew Rodriguez, 750.
Correct. In this case, there were 3 gunshot wounds. The brain and the right lung were the major internal injuries.
JMS Aguero, number 751.
Correct. In this case, there were 2 gunshot wounds. Both lungs were injured. The aorta was injured. The aorta is the major blood vessel that comes off of the heart and carries blood to the remainder of the body. And the thoracic spine was also injured.
State's Exhibit 752, Amory Joe Garza.
Correct. In this case, there was 1 gunshot wound, which injured the heart, right lung, liver. Those were the major internal injuries.
It was just one wound, but it went.
Yes.
Could you just show us how that traversed?
Yes, that's correct. This wound entered the back about here, and it went from back to front. And as it went from back to front, it went through the lung, the heart, the liver, and then was recovered from within the body.
Thank you. 753, McKenna Elrod.
Correct. In this case, there were 4 gunshot wounds. The injuries included both lungs, the brachiocephalic artery. That is one of the major branches of the aorta in the chest that ultimately is going to split off into the right subclavian and the right carotid arteries and carry blood to the head and the right arm. In addition, the left femur, both tibias, and the trachea were injured.
Exhibit 754, Alexandria Rubio. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Go too quick.
Correct. In this case, there were gunshot wounds. The major internal injury was the brain. The additional wound was a superficial gunshot wound to the back.
And State's Exhibit 755, Xavier Lopez. Oh, I'm sorry, too quick.
Correct. In this case, there were 3 gunshot wounds. Both lungs were injured, as well as the thoracic spine and spinal cord. In addition, there was a wound that perforated the scalp. It did not go into the cranial cavity. However, it did cause bleeding inside the head, subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhage. Well, I should say, let me back up. It could have contributed to that bleeding. In addition, the injuries to the spinal cord lower down could have contributed to that bleeding.
Is that the final report on the children, the children's pathology on?
No, I have a couple more.
Of children or?
Yes.
Okay, could you share with us your next one?
My next one is case number 22-1399.
And can you tell us about that? And I'll come back to the name. My apologies.
Yes. In that case, there was a single gunshot wound that injured the heart, both lungs, and the aorta. This case also demonstrated soot.
And what does the soot mean?
So the soot is the close range firing that is, again, within that 1 foot distance.
And your final autopsy?
The case number is 2022-1400.
Okay. And we'll provide those with a future witness.
Yes. In this case, we had a single gunshot wound. That was a wound of the head injuring the brain and skull.
And thank you for doing all the work that it took to make these findings. Let me ask you, if I'm pushing too far, I don't mind going to somebody more familiar. But as a pathologist and reviewing the photos in this case, are you comfortable testifying that these were all children under 15 years of age?
Judge will stipulate to it.
I believe we have a stipulation that these were all children under 15 years of age.
Yes, Your Honor, we will.
Pass the witness.
Okay, then court will take judicial notice of the stipulation.
Pass the witness.
Your Honor, I guess before I start, I just ask out of respect for the children and their families that this exhibit be sealed by the court, that it cannot be accessed by the public, that it stays with the court, because I believe that would be necessary.
I'd already instructed the court reporters for that, so.
Yes, Your Honor, I didn't know you had, but I appreciate you doing so. Dr. Phillips, you and I, we know each other, actually. Yes. I'll tell you this, I hate to see you here, but I do appreciate what you did to document what that monster did to those children, and I'll pass the witness.
That's all, Your Honor.
Is he excused, not subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Goss?
No, Your Honor, we don't need him for recall.
Thank you, Doctor. Let me see. We're gonna take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes to take care of another matter. So remember my instructions. We'll see you back in 10. Let everyone rise for the jury. Yeah. Let me know when you're ready.
You're rambunctious, kitty.
allow the photographs to be shown without the pathologist testifying? He already did testify about them, but to just tie it up.
Yes, Your Honor, and I would be, if I could be clear, without waiving increased objection.
Allow the photographs to be shown without the pathologist testifying. He already Okay, please be seated in the courtroom. State.
Hey, Bob.
We do have the last two children that the pathologist talked about, and
Judge, we have talked to the prosecution, we've agreed to allow them to show the jury and to tell the kids' name.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, for identification purposes, they've agreed to allow the photographs to be shown without the pathologist testifying. He already did testify about them, but to just tie it up.
Yes, Your Honor, and I would be, if I could be clear, without waiving increased objection, it's just in this circumstance, the situation, presumably the court would have to say ruling, and that's why we're making that accommodation.
Correct. Just 1 second.
These are photographs of Jacqueline Casares and Javier Lopez.
we're just letting.
Okay.
And that was number 1399, and that's the last autopsy that the pathologist talked about, and then 1400. Thank you.
All right.
It was 1400.
Javier Lopez.
Okay, thank you. Your next witness.
State calls Jennifer Lugo.
Your Honor, I do believe that the subject matter of this witness could go into a motion that we've raised previously. I don't know if you'd like us to approach her.
We're just going to talk about the events that day.
Well, if you'd like us to approach.
Okay. Come on up. Just 1 second, man. We'll get you right up here. Good afternoon. Would you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony given in this cause will be the truth, self you got. All right, please have a seat over here. That microphone will adjust, so make it comfortable for you and try to speak up so everybody can hear you.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Jennifer Garcia.
And Ms. Garcia, where do you currently reside? Don't tell me the address, it's the town and the county.
Uvalde, Texas.
Okay. And I'm going to take you back to the day of May 24th of 2022. On that day, did you have a child that went to Robb Elementary?
Yes, I had one.
And what was her name?
Ileana Amaya Garcia.
And where is Robb Elementary? Just to clarify for the record, is that in Uvalde County?
Yes.
Okay. And you dropped her off at school that morning?
Yes.
Okay. And what was there something special about that day?
Just that they were having an awards ceremony for the end of the year, school year.
Okay. And was it a normal morning for you when you dropped her off?
Yeah, I mean, I have more other children, so I dropped them off, made my rounds, dropped her off, and then went home just to get ready for the awards.
And did you attend the awards ceremony that morning?
Yes.
And did she, in fact, receive an award?
She did. She received one. I believe it was like a helping kind of student award.
And were you there to see that get that award?
Yes,
And did y'all take pictures and all that?
we did. She took a picture with her sister and a picture with her with the certificate.
Now, at some point, did you hear that there was something happening at Robb Elementary?
Not at that moment, not until I went home shortly after.
Okay, so you left her at school that day.
I did. She wanted to come home. She asked if she could come home, but I told her no, to stay in school, because after the awards, earlier that week, I believe we had gave the teacher $2. They were all gonna pitch in for pizza and have like a movie fun day kind of thing. So I told her no, that she didn't need to come home for her to stay at school, and that I would pick her up later.
Okay. And at some point, so you returned back to your home?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you return back to Robb Elementary School?
I did. After shortly getting home, not that long ago, a neighbor came and asked where my girls were. I told her they all went to school but one, and she's like, "Okay, well, you need to get to Robb ASAP." And I'm like, "Why? What's going on?" She's like, "There's something going on. They believe that there's a shooter at the school." So I just grabbed the baby, jumped in the car. I believe we both went barefooted. She met me there. She took the baby, and I just started running, and there was just chaos. I mean, there was already people, cops there. I mean, everything was just hectic.
And at some point, were you directed to the Civic Center?
Yes. Well, shortly after waiting there, seeing what's going on, asking where my daughter was, we couldn't find her. Kids were just running everywhere. Kids were loading up on the EMS. Shortly after we couldn't find ours, they're like, "We'll just check hospitals," but they redirected everybody to the Civic Center to wait for any updates because they were still trying to get all the children directed that way.
Okay. And once you got to the Civic Center in Uvalde, what happened there?
It was just like we just had to wait for any updates. I mean, we waited there for a couple hours. Unfortunately, ours, I want to say we were the second, third to last parents. At the end of the day, about 9-ish, 10 to find out that one of our children was one of the deceased.
Okay. And who told you that your daughter had died?
I don't know. Was it? I don't think they were DPS. It was some officers that were in a room. I don't remember who they were.
Okay. And how old was your daughter when she passed away?
9.
And was her birthday coming up?
Yes, her birthday was supposed to be June 4th.
Okay.
The weekend after that week.
Okay. And again, state her name.
Ileana Amaya Garcia.
Thank you. Pass a witness.
Ms. Garcia, I'm so sorry for your loss. That's terrible. And I pray to God for his peace for you and your family. I'll pass like this.
You have a question, John?
Okay, is she subject to recall, or is she excused to remain in the courtroom if she so desires?
She's excused. Oh, we had talked about that, and I guess we could approach on that, but for the moment, there was supposed to be an agreement, and I don't know if we've actually made that agreement.
Well, I mean, she's not subject to recall. Anyway.
Yes, Your Honor, there were some conditions that we spoke about that I don't think we've actually revisited, but at this moment, we.
Well, ma'am, you've testified you're not subject to recall. At this time, it's up to you. You can have a seat in the courtroom or go about your business, whatever you'd like to do. All right? Thank you.
That was our last witness for the day, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end a little early. We will resume at 9 o'clock on Monday morning. It's extremely important. You remember my instructions, please. Don't read anything, watch anything, or listen to anything that may be in the media about the case. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you. Should some of you get here early and you're in the jury room without the other jurors, remember, don't talk about the case. Wait until all the evidence is in. Have a wonderful weekend, and would everyone rise for the jury?
Wow, you're going to leave on that note, Judge? I mean, prosecutor? That's cold-blooded. That is cold-blooded. You knew what you were doing.
We'll be in recess till 9 a.m. Monday morning.
All right, I guess we're done. We're done. Today was a tough day. We heard about the injuries to the children. Yeah, that's tough. Hearing from that mom, that was tough. Yeah. I'm still confused on what Mr. Copper did. Like I'm confused on what he did, didn't do. I'm just lost. I know what everybody else did, but him. And that's sad. That is sad that I don't know. 1 second they're saying he's getting kids out of, getting kids out of the classroom. Next minute they're saying he's calling for help. A lot of different things like, oops. Um, it was a pretty wild case, like pretty wild case. I just don't understand. I don't know. I don't know. Do I think that they should have acted faster? Yes. But anywho, I don't know what the hell's going on. Oh, music. What the hell is playing in my ears? Oh Lord, that was crazy. But anyways, thanks everybody that came by. Hit the like, shared the live, commented, subscribed, followed, all that great stuff. I appreciate it. I will be back on Monday. I probably will I don't see what's going on. I think there might be updates for Karen Reed. I'm not sure. There is, I'll let you know about that later. Yeah, this case is kind of wild. The Melly case should be starting up soon. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of trials going on. All right, everybody, thank you so much. Let the ones you love and care about know that you love and care about them, because tomorrow's not promised. All right, bye.